by Barry Cooks. One of the things he said was that in a CIO sort of, a survey they did, CIO said 80% of the time of developers is wasted on infrastructure stuff and not on innovation. We need to bring that 80% back so that 100% of the work is on innovation, and today it's not.
And that's what you do?
That's what we do.
So in your world, as a developer, I only have to worry about writing my code and what functions I'm going to call.
That is correct, and it is important because the efficiencies of a developer need to be focused on doing the things which business is asking for it. The 80% of the work, like to make sure that things are secure, they're done the right way, the standards are followed, scanning part of it, that work, if we can offload to a platform, which, for example, RAFE, saves a lot of work cycles from the developer's perspective.
Thank you for that. That's a nice little tutorial on sort of the benefits.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you transform the developer experience.
That's correct.
How does that impact Regeneron's overall business? If we up-level that, give me that view.
So with that, like what happens is the key thing is the developer's productivity increases. We are able to do more with less, and that is the key thing to our strategy, that like with the increase in business demand, with the increase in a lot of compute things which we are doing, we need to do, and hiring resources is getting more difficult than ever, and we need to make sure that we are leveraging platforms and tools basically to enable our developers to focus on key business activity rather than doing redundant things and things which we can leverage some other tooling and platform for that purpose.
Is this something in terms of improving the developer experience and their productivity, faster time to market? Is this accelerating?
That's correct.
Is this even like accelerating drug discovery in some cases?
So COVID is like a great like example for that. Like we were able to fast track our drug discovery, and like we were able to turn it into an experience where we were able to discover new drugs and get it to the market in a much faster pace. That whole process was expedited using these tools and processes, basically. So we are very proud of that.
So my understanding is you're running RAFE on top with the EKS, right? A lot of choices out there. Why? Why did you choose to go in that direction?
So Regeneron has heavily invested in cloud recently, over the years basically, and then we are focusing on hybrid cloud now. That we like, again, these multiple cloud providers or platforms which are coming in. Our strategy is to focus on hybrid cloud, and RAFE is big leader in that particular space, where we felt that we need to engage or partner with RAFE to enable those capabilities, not just on AWS, but across the board. One single tool, one single process, one single knowledge base helps us achieve more efficiencies.
Less chaos, less complexity.
That's correct.
Let's say when you're in customer conversations, which I know you've had many this week, but you probably do that all the time. Regeneron is a great use case for RAFE. It's so tangible, life sciences, we all get that, especially coming out of the pandemic. What do you say to customers are the top 3 differentiators of RAFE and why they should go RAFE on top of EKS?
So, what's really interesting about these conversations is that, look, we have some pretty cool features in our product. Obviously, we must have something interesting, otherwise nobody will buy our product, right? And we have some, we have access management and zero trust models and cluster provisioning, all these very nice things. But it always comes down to exactly the same thing, which is every large enterprise has started a journey, independent of RAFE, because they didn't know who we were. It's fine. Last year we were a young company, now we are a larger company. And they all are basically building towards a roadmap, which RAFE truly understands, and in my opinion, and I'm confident when I say this, we understand their life, their journey, better than any other company in the market. The reason why we have the flurry of customers we have, the reason why the product has the capacity that it does, is because for whatever reason, look, it's skill, luck, that's for the history books, but we have complete clarity on what a pharmaceutical company, or a financial service company, or a high-tech company, the journey they will take to the cloud and automation for modern infrastructure, we get it, right? And what I'm telling them is the why, not the what. There's a lot of great answers for the what. What do we do? Rakesh doesn't care, right? I mean, he's trying to solve a bigger problem. He's trying to get his researchers to go faster. So then when they want to run a model, they should be able to do it right now. That's what he cares about. And then he looks for a tool to solve the business problem. And we figured out how to have that conversation and explain why RAFE helps him essentially multiply the bandwidth that he has in his organization. And of course, to that end, we have some great technology, right? But that's a secondary issue. The first, to me, the why is more important than the what. And then we talk about the how, which is he has to pay us money, right? That's the how. but yeah, we get there too. But look, this is the important thing, right? Every enterprise is on exactly the same journey, Lisa, right? And that, if you think about it from just purely economic efficiencies perspective, that is not a good investment for our industry. If everybody's solving the same problem, that's a waste of resources. Let's find a way to do, what is the point of the cloud? We used to all build data centers, that was not efficient, we all went to the cloud, because it's more efficient to have somebody else, AWS, solve this problem for us so we can now focus on the next level problem. And then Rafe is solving that problem so that he can focus on his drug discovery, not on Kubernetes.
That's correct. It's all about efficiencies, right? Like doing things, learn from each other's experience and build upon it. Like so the things have been solved one way, you need to leverage that, reuse it. So the principles are the same.
So then what's next? You've done an amazing job transforming the company. You're facilitating drug discovery faster than ever before. From a cloud, from an infrastructure perspective, what's next on your journey?
So right now, the roadmap, what we have is basically talking about making sure that the workload are running more efficient, they are more secure. As we go into these expandable serverless technology, there are more challenging opportunities for us to solve those challenges are coming up. We need to make sure that with the new, the world order we are living in, we are more securely doing stuff what we were doing previously. More efficiencies is also the key. And more distributed, like if we can leverage the power of cloud in doing more things on demand, is on our roadmap, and I think that is where we are all driving to.
And when you said hybrid, you're talking about connecting to your on-prem tools and data? How about cross-cloud?
We are invested in multiple cloud platform itself, and we are looking forward to leveraging a technology which is truly cloud native, and we can leverage things together on that.
And I presume you're helping with that, obviously. Okay.
Last question for both of you. We're making an Instagram reel. Think of this as a sizzle reel, like a 30-second elevator pitch. Question, first one goes to you, Rakesh. If you had a bumper sticker and you put it on, I don't know, say a DeLorean, I hear those are coming back. What would it say about Regeneron as a technology company that's delivering therapeutics?
It's a tough question, but I would try my best. The bumper sticker would say, discover drug more faster, more efficient.
Perfect. Hasib, question about Rafe. What's the bumper sticker? If you had a billboard on Highway 101 in Redwood City about Rafe and what it's enabling organizations, enterprises across the globe to achieve, what would it say?
I'll tell you what our customers say. So our customers call us the vCenter for Kubernetes. And we all know what a vCenter is. We all know why vCenter is so amazingly successful, because it takes IT engineers and gives them superpowers. You can run a data center. What is the vCenter for this new world? It's us. So vCenter is obviously a trademark with our friends at VMware, so that's why but our customers truly call us the vCenter for Kubernetes, and I think that's an incredible moniker because that truly codifies our roadmap.
Yep.
It codifies what we are selling today.
There's nothing more powerful and potent than the voice of the customer. Thank you both for coming on. Thank you for sharing your Regeneron
Thank
story.
You so much.
Great to have you back on, Hasib. You need a pin for the number of times you've been on theCUBE.
Yeah, at least a gold star, right?
We'll work on that. Guys, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
For our guests and for Dave Vellante, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in live enterprise and emerging tech coverage.
Got nothing to lose. guide them through that process?
So it is to look at the outcome working backwards, like what AWS does, right? Like, how do you look at the business outcome? What is the value that you're looking to drive? Again, it's not to be pinned through one particular cloud. There is a lot of technology choices that you can make and a lot of deployment models that you can choose from. But at the end of the day, having a common operating model, which is kind of like modern, agile, and it is kind of like keeping the outcomes in the mind. That is what we do with our customers, to be able to create that operating model which completes the transformation, by the way. And cloud is just one part of the Lego blocks which provides that overall scheme and then the view for driving that overall transformation.
So let's paint a picture. Let's say you've got this resilient foundation, you've kind of helped the customers build that out. How do they turn that into value for their customers? Do you have any examples that you can share? That'd be great.
Yeah, I can start with what we're doing for one of the world's largest facility, infrastructure, power, cooling, security monitoring company that has their products deployed in 2,000 locations across the globe. For them, an always-on business means you're monitoring the temperature, you're monitoring the safety of people who are within the facility, right? A temperature shift of 1 to 2 degrees can affect even their sustainability goals of not our customer, but also their end consumers. So how do you monitor these kind of like critical parameters? How do you have a platform? How do you have cloud resources that are going to be always on, that are going to be reliable, that are going to be cost effective as well, is what we're doing for one of our customers. Sid can talk about another example as well.
Yeah, go for it.
There are examples. Rail. We are working with a group in England, it's called West Coast Partnership, and they had an edge device which was increasing in size. Now this edge device was becoming big because the parameters which go into the edge device were increasing because of regulation and because the rail is part of national security infrastructure. We have worked with West Coast Partnership and Hitachi Rail, which is a group company, to create a miniaturization of this edge device, because if the size of the edge device is increasing on the train, then the weight of the train increases and the speed profile, velocity profile, everything goes down. So we have miniaturized the edge device. Secondly, all the data profiles, signal control, traction motors, direction control, timetable compliance, everything has been kept uniform. And we have done analytics on cloud. So what is the behavior of the driver? What is the braking parameter of the driver? If the timetable is being missed, is there an erratic behavior being demonstrated by the driver to just meet the timetable? And the timetable is a pretty important criteria in rail, because if you miss one, then... So what we have done is we have created an edge to cloud environment where the entire rail analytics is happening. Similarly, in another group company, Hitachi Energy, they had a problem that arguably one of the largest transformer manufacturer in the world. Yep. Now, transformer is a pretty common name now because you're seeing what is happening in Ukraine. Russia went after the transformers and substations before the start of the winter so that the district heating can be meddled with. Now the transformer, it had a lead time of 17 weeks before COVID. So if you put me an order of a 3-phase transformer, I can deliver it to you in 17 weeks. After and during COVID, the entire lead time increased to 57 to 58 weeks. In cases of a complex transformer, it even went up to something like 2 years. Now they wanted to increase the productivity of their existing plant because there is only that much sheet metal, that much copper for solenoid, that much microprocessor and silicon. So they wanted to increase the output of their factory from 95 to 105. 10 more transformers every day, which is 3650 every 3,650 every year.
Yeah.
Now to do that, we went to a very complex machine. It's called a Georg machine. And we increased the productivity of that Georg machine by just analyzing all the throttles and all the wastages which are happening there. There are multiple case studies because see, Hitachi is an industrial giant with 105 years of body of work. KP and I just represent a digital tip of the arrow. But what we are trying to do through HARC, through Industry Cloud, through partnership with AWS, is basically containerizing and miniaturizing our entire body of work into a democratized environment, an industrial app store, if I may say, where people can come and take their industrial outcomes at ease without worrying about their computational and network orchestration between edge and cloud. That's what we are trying to do.
I love that analogy of an industrial app cloud. Makes it feel easier and decreasing the complexity of all the different things that everyone's factoring into making their products, or whatever they're making. So we have a new challenge here on theCUBE at AWS reInvent, where we are looking for your 30-second hot take, your Instagram reel, soundbite. What's the most important story or theme, either for you as a team or coming out of the show? You can ponder it for a second.
It might be different. See, for me, it is industrial security. Industrial OT security should be the theme of the Western world. Western world is on the crosshairs of multiple bad actors, and the industrial security is in the chemical plants, is in the industrial plants, is in the power grids, is in our postal networks and our rail networks. They need to be secured, otherwise we are geopolitically very weak. Gone are the days when anyone is going to pick up a battle with America or Western world on a field. The battle is going to be pretty clandestine on a cyber world, and that is why industrial security is very important.
Critical infrastructure.
Absolutely.
Well said, Sid. KP, what's your hot take?
My take is going to be a modern operating model, which is going to complete the transformation and to be able to tap into business services from cloud. So a modern operating model through Hark, that is going to be my take.
Fantastic. Well, can't wait to see what comes out of Hitachi next.
Absolutely.
Sid, KP, thank
you.
you so much for being here.
Absolutely.
I could talk to you all about supply chain all day long. And thank all of you for tuning in to our continuous live coverage here from AWS reInvent in fantastic Sin City. With Dave Vellante, I'm Savannah Peterson. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in high-tech coverage.
Hi.
nothing to lose. Start it up and let it roll. Here I go. Are you ready? Ready to go? Are you ready? Ready for more? Are you ready?
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Hello everyone, welcome to theCUBE's coverage of AWS reInvent 22. I'm John Furrier, host of theCUBE. Got some great coverage here talking about software supply chain and sustainability in the cloud. We got a great conversation. Gunnar Hellickson, Vice President and General Manager at Red Hat Enterprise, Linux, and Business Unit of Red Hat. Thanks for coming on. And Adnan Ijaz, Director, Product Management of Commercial Software Services, AWS. Gentlemen, thanks for joining me today.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
You know, the hottest topic coming out of cloud native developer communities is supply chain software sustainability. This is a huge issue as open source continues to power away and fund and grow this next generation modern development environment. You know, supply chain sustainability is a huge discussion because you got to check things out. What's in the code? Okay, open source is great, but now we got to commercialize it. This is the topic. Gunnar, let's get in with you. What are you seeing here, and what's some of the things that you're seeing around the sustainability piece of it? Because, you know, containers, Kubernetes, we're seeing that runtime really dominate this new abstraction layer of cloud scale. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, so it's interesting that so Red Hat's been doing this for 20 years, right? Making open source safe to consume in the enterprise. And there was a time when, in order to do that, you needed to have a long-term life cycle, and you needed to be very good at remediating security vulnerabilities. And that was the bar that you had to climb over. Nowadays, with the number of vulnerabilities coming through, what people are most worried about is kind of the provenance of the software and making sure that it has been vetted and it's been safe, and that things that you get from your vendor should be more secure than things that you've just downloaded off of GitHub, for example, right? And that's a place where Red Hat's very comfortable living, right? It's because we've been doing it for 20 years. I think there's another aspect to this supply chain question as well, especially with the pandemic. You know, we've got these supply chains have been jammed up. The actual physical supply chains have been jammed up, and the two of these issues actually come together, right? Because as we go through the pandemic, we've had these digital transformation efforts, which are in large part people creating software in order to manage better their physical supply chain problems. And so as part of that digital transformation, you have another supply chain problem, which is the software supply chain problem, right? And so these two things kind of merge on these, as people are trying to improve the performance of transportation systems, logistics, et cetera. Ultimately, it all boils down to, both supply chain problems actually boil down to a software problem. It's very interesting.
That is interesting. I want to just follow up on that real quick if you don't mind, because if you think about the convergence of the software and physical world, that's IoT and also hybrid cloud kind of plays into that at scale. This opens up more surface area for attacks, especially when you're under a lot of pressure. This is where you have a surface area on the physical side, and you have constraints there, and obviously the pandemic causes problems. But now you've got the software side. How are you guys handling that? Can you just share a little bit more of how you guys are looking at that with Red Hat? What's the customer challenge? Obviously, skills gaps is one, but that's a convergence at the same time, more security problems.
Yeah, that's right. And certainly the volume of, if we just look at security vulnerabilities themselves, just the volume of security vulnerabilities has gone up considerably as more people begin using the software, and as the software becomes more important to kind of critical infrastructure, more eyeballs are on it, and so we're uncovering more problems, which is kind of, that's okay, that's how the world works. And so certainly the number of remediations required every year has gone up, but also the customer expectations, as I mentioned before, the customer expectations have changed, right? People want to be able to show to their auditors and to their regulators that, no, we in fact, I can show the provenance of the software that I'm using. I didn't just download something random off the internet. I actually have adults paying attention to how the software gets put together. And it's still, honestly, it's still very early days. We can, I think as an industry, I think we're very good at managing, identifying, remediating vulnerabilities in the aggregate. We're pretty good at that. I think things are less clear when we talk about kind of the management of that supply chain, proving the provenance, and creating a resilient supply chain for software, we have lots of tools, but we don't really have lots of shared expectations. And so it's going to be interesting over the next few years. I think we're going to have more rules are going to come out. I see NIST has already published some of them. And as these new rules come out, the whole industry is going to have to kind of pull together and really rally around some of this shared understanding, so we can all have shared expectations and we can all speak the same language when we're talking about this problem.
That's awesome. Adnan, and Amazon Web Services, obviously the largest cloud platform out there. You know, the pandemic, even post-pandemic, some of these supply chain issues, whether it's physical or software, you're also an outlet for that. So if someone can't buy hardware or something physical, they can always go to the cloud. You guys have great network, compute, and whatnot. And you got thousands of ISVs across the globe. How are you helping customers with this supply chain problem? Because whether it's, you know, I need to get in my networking gears delayed, I'm going to go to the cloud and get help there, or whether it's knowing the workloads and what's going on inside them with respect to open source, because you got open source, which is kind of an external forcing function. You got AWS and you got, you know, physical compute, storage, networking, et cetera. How are you guys helping customers with the supply chain challenge, which could be an opportunity?
Yeah, thanks, John. I think there are multiple layers to that. At the most basic level, we're helping customers by abstracting away all these data center constructs that they would have to worry about if they were running their own data centers. They would have to figure out how the networking gear you talk about, you know, having the right compute, right physical hardware. So by moving to the cloud, at least they're delegating that problem to AWS and letting us manage and making sure that we have an instance available for them whenever they want it. And if they want to scale it, the capacity is there for them to use. Now then so we kind of give them space to work on the second part of the problem, which is building their own supply chain solutions. And we work with all kinds of customers here at AWS from all different industry segments, automotive, retail, manufacturing. And you know, you see that the complexity of the supply chain with all those moving pieces, like hundreds and thousands of moving pieces, it's very daunting. So, and then on the other hand, customers need better services. So you need to move fast. So you need to build your agility in the supply chain itself. And that is where, you know, Red Hat and AWS come together, where we can enable customers to build their supply chain solutions on platform like Red Hat Enterprise Linux, RHEL, or Red Hat OpenShift on AWS. We call it ROSA. And the benefit there is that you can actually use the services that are relevant for the supply chain solutions, like Amazon Managed Blockchain, you know, SageMaker. So you can actually build predictive analytics. You can improve forecasting. You can make sure that you have solutions that help you identify where you can cut costs. And so those are some of the ways we're helping customers, you know, figure out how they actually want to deal with the supply chain challenges that we're running into in today's world.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned sustainability outside of software sustainability. You know, as people move to the cloud, we've reported on SiliconANGLE here in theCUBE that it's better to have the sustainability with the cloud, because then the data centers aren't using all that energy too. So there's also all kinds of sustainability advantages, Gunnar, because this is kind of how your relationship with Amazon's expanded. You mentioned ROSA, which is Red Hat on, you know, OpenShift on AWS. This is interesting because one of the biggest discussions is skills gap, but we were also talking about the fact that the humans are a huge part of the talent value. In other words, the humans still need to be involved, and having that relationship with managed services and Red Hat, this piece becomes one of those things that's not talked about much, which is the talent is increasing in value, the humans, and now you got managed services on the cloud, so you got scale and human interaction. Can you share, you know, how you guys are working together on this piece? Because this is interesting, because this kind of brings up the relationship of that operator or developer.
Yeah. So I think so I think about this in a few dimensions. First is that it's difficult to find a customer who is not talking about automation at some level right now. And obviously you can automate the processes and the physical infrastructure that you already have that's using tools like Ansible, right? But I think that combining it with the elasticity of a solution like AWS, so you combine the automation with a kind of elastic and converting a lot of the capital expenses into operating expenses, that's a great way actually to save labor, right? So instead of like racking hard drives, you can have somebody do something a little more like, you know, more valuable work, right? And so So okay, but that gives you a platform, and then what do you do with that platform? If you've got your systems automated and you've got this kind of elastic infrastructure underneath you, what you do on top of it is really interesting. So a great example of this is the collaboration that we had with running the RHEL workstation on AWS. So you might think like, well, why would anybody want to run a workstation on a cloud? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, unless you consider how complex it is to set up. If you have the use case here is like industrial workstations, right? So it's animators, people doing computational fluid dynamics, things like this. So these are industries that are extremely data heavy. They have workstations have very large hardware requirements, often with accelerated GPUs and things like this. That is an extremely expensive thing to install on premise anywhere. And if the pandemic taught us anything, it's if you have a bunch of very expensive talent, and they all have to work from home, it is very difficult to go provide them with several tens of thousands of dollars worth of workstation equipment. And so combine the RHEL workstation with the AWS infrastructure, and now all that workstation computational infrastructure is available on demand and available right next to the considerable amount of data that they're analyzing or animating or working on. So it's a really interesting. It was actually, this is an idea that was actually born of the pandemic, and it's kind of a combination of everything that we're talking about, right? It's the supply chain challenges of the customer. It's the lack of talent, making sure that people are being put their best and highest use, and it's also having this kind of elastic, I think, OpEx-heavy infrastructure as opposed to a CapEx-heavy infrastructure.
That's a great example. I think that illustrates to me what I love about cloud right now is that you can put stuff in the cloud and then flex what you need when you need it in the cloud rather than either ingress or egress of data. You get more versatility around the workload needs, whether it's more compute or more storage or other high level services. This is kind of where this next gen cloud is going. This is where customers want to go once their workloads are up and running. How do you simplify all this? And how do you guys look at this from a joint customer perspective? Because that example, I think, will be something that all companies will be working on, which is put it in the cloud and flex to whatever the workload needs. I can put it closer to the compute. I want to put it there. If I want to leverage more storage and networking, well, I'll do that too. It's not one thing, it's got to flex around. How are you guys simplifying this?
Yeah, I think so. I'll give my point of view, and then I'm very curious to hear what Adnan has to say about it. But I think about it in a few dimensions, right? So there is a technically, like any solution that Adnan's team and my team want to put together, it needs to be kind of technically coherent, right? The things need to work well together. But that's not even most of the job. Most of the job is actually the ensuring an operational consistency and operational simplicity, so that everything is the day-to-day operations of these things kind of work well together. And then also all the way to things like support and even acquisition, right? Making sure that all the contracts work together, right? It's so when Adnan and I think about places of working together, it's very rare that we're just looking at a technical collaboration. It's actually a holistic collaboration across support, acquisition, as well as all the engineering that we have to do.
And on your view on how you're simplifying it with Red Hat for your joint customers, making cloud.
Gunnar covered it well. I think the benefit here is that Red Hat has been the leading Linux distribution provider, so they have a lot of experience. AWS has been the leading cloud provider, so we have both our own point of views, our own learning from our respective set of customers. So the way we try to simplify and bring these things together is working closely. In fact, I sometimes joke internally that if you see Gunnar and my team talking to each other on a call, you cannot really tell who belongs to which team, because we're always figuring out, okay, how do we simplify discount experience? How do we simplify programs? How do we simplify go-to-market? How do we simplify the product pieces? So it's really bringing our learning and share our perspective to the table, and then really figure out how do we actually help customers make progress. Rosa that we talked about is a great example of that. We figured out, hey, there is a need for customers to have this capability in AWS, and we went out and built it. So those are just some of the examples in how both teams are working together to simplify the experience, make it complete, make it more coherent.
Great, that's awesome. Next question is really around how you help organizations with the sustainability piece, how to support them, simplifying it. But first, before we get into that, what is the core problem around this sustainability discussion we're talking about here, supply chain sustainability? What is the core challenge? Can you both share your thoughts on what that problem is and what the solution looks like, and then we can get into advice.
Yeah. Well, from my point of view, I think, one of the lessons of the last 3 years is every organization is kind of taking a careful look at how resilient it is, or every organization learned exactly how resilient it was, right? And that comes from both the physical challenges and the logistics challenges that everyone had, the talent challenges you mentioned earlier, and of course the software challenges. As everyone kind of embarks on this digital transformation journey that we've all been talking about, and I think, so I really frame it as resilience, right? And resilience is, at bottom, is really about ensuring that you have options and that you have choices. The more choices you have, the more options you have, the more resilient you and your organization is going to be. And so I know that's how I approach the market. I'm pretty sure that's how Adnan is approaching the market, is ensuring that we're providing as many options as possible to customers so that they can assemble the right pieces to create a solution that works for their particular set of challenges or their unique set of challenges and unique context. Adnan, does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, I think you covered it well. I can speak to another aspect of sustainability, which is becoming increasingly top of mind for our customers. Like, how do they build products and services and solutions, and whether it's supply chain or anything else, which is sustainable, which is for the long-term good of the planet. And I think that is where we've been also being very intentional and focused in how we design our data center, how we actually build our cooling system so that those are energy efficient. We are on track to power all our operations with renewable energy by 2025, which is 5 years ahead of our initial commitment. And perhaps the most obvious example of all of this is our work with the ARM processors, Graviton3, where we are building our own chip to make sure that we are designing energy efficiency into the process. And there's the ARM Graviton3 ARM processor chips. They are about 60% more energy efficient compared to some of the x86 comparable. So all those things that are also we are working on and making sure that whatever our customers build on our platform is long-term sustainable. So that's another dimension of how we're working that into our platform.
That's awesome. This is a great conversation. The supply chain is on both sides, physical and software. You're starting to see them come together in great conversations, and certainly moving workloads to the cloud and running them more efficiently will help on the sustainability side, in my opinion. Of course, you guys talked about that and we've covered it. But now you start getting into how to refactor, and this is a big conversation we've been having lately, is as you not just lift and shift, but re-platform and refactor, customers are seeing great advantages on this. So I have to ask you guys, how are you helping customers and organizations support sustainability and simplify the complex environment that has a lot of potential integrations? Obviously APIs help, of course, but that's the kind of baseline. What's the advice that you've given customers? Because it can look complex and it becomes complex, but there's an answer here. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, so when I get questions like this from customers, the first thing I guide them to is, we talked earlier about this notion of consistency and how important that is. It's one thing, it is one way to solve the problem is to create an entirely new operational model, an entirely new acquisition model, and an entirely new stack of technologies in order to be more sustainable. That is probably not in the cards for most folks. What they want to do is have their existing estate, and they're trying to introduce sustainability into the work that they are already doing. They don't need to build another silo in order to create sustainability, right? And so there has to be some common threads, there has to be some common platforms across the existing estate and your more sustainable estate, right? And so things like Red Hat Enterprise Linux, which can provide this kind of common, not just a technical substrate, but a common operational substrate on which you can build these solutions. If you have a common platform on which you are building the solutions, whether it's RHEL or whether it's OpenShift or any of our other platforms, that creates options for you underneath, so that in some cases, maybe you need to run things on-premise, some things you need to run in the cloud, but you don't have to profoundly change how you work when you're moving from one place to another.
And what's your thoughts on the simplification?
Yeah, I mean, I think that when you talk about re-platforming and refactoring, it is a daunting undertaking, especially in today's fast-paced world. But the good news is you don't have to do it by yourself. Customers don't have to do it on their own. Together, AWS and Red Hat, we have a rich partner ecosystem. AWS has over 100,000 partners that can help you take that journey, the transformation journey. And within AWS and working with our partners like Red Hat, we make sure that we have all, in my mind, there are really three big pillars that you have to make sure that customers can successfully re-platform, refactor their applications to the modern cloud architecture. You need to have the rich set of services and tools that meet their different scenarios, different use cases, because no one size fits all. You have to have the right programs because sometimes customers need those incentives. They need those, that help in the first step. And last but not least, they need training. So all of that, we try to cover that as we work with our customers, work with our partners, and that is where, together we try to help customers take that step, which is a challenging step to take.
Yeah, it's great to talk to you guys, both leaders in your field. Obviously, Red Hat's well storied history. I remember the days back when I was provisioning and loading OSs on hardware with CDs, if you remember those days, Gunnar. But now with high level services, if you look at this year's reInvent, and this is kind of my final question for the segment is, then we'll get your reaction to, is last year we talked about higher level services. I sat down with Adam Selesky, we talked about that. If you look at what's happened this year, you're starting to see people talk about their environment as their cloud. So Amazon has the gift of the CapEx, all that investment, and people can operate on top of it. They're calling that environment their cloud. Okay, for the first time we're seeing this new dynamic where it's like they have a cloud, but Amazon's the CapEx. They're operating. So you're starting to see the operational visibility, Gunnar, around how to operate this environment. And it's not hybrid, it's cloud. This is kind of an inflection point. Do you guys agree with that or have a reaction to that statement? Because I think this is kind of the next gen super cloud-like capability. We're building the cloud, it's now an environment. It's not talking about private cloud, this cloud, it's all cloud. What's your reaction?
Yeah, I think it's a very natural. I mean, we used words like hybrid cloud, multi-cloud. I guess super cloud is what the kids are saying now, right? It's all describing the same phenomena, right? Which is being able to take advantage of lots of different infrastructure options, but still having something that creates some commonality among them, so that you can manage them effectively, right? So that you can have kind of uniform compliance across your estate, so that you can have you can make the best use of your talent across the estate. I mean, it's a very natural thing.
They're calling it cloud. The estate is the cloud.
Yeah. So fine. If it means that we no longer have to argue about what's multi-cloud and what's hybrid cloud, I think that's great. Let's just call it cloud.
And what's your reaction? Because this is kind of the next gen benefits of higher level services combined with amazing compute and resource at the infrastructure level. What's your view on that?
Yeah, I think the construct of a unified environment makes sense for customers who have all these use cases which require, like for instance, if you are doing some edge computing and you're running AWS Outpost or wavelength and these things. So it is fair for customer to think that, hey, this is one environment, same set of tooling that they want to build that works across all their different environments. That is why we work with partners like Red Hat, so that customers who are running Red Hat Enterprise Linux on premises and who are running in AWS get the same level of support, get the same level of security features, all of that. So from that sense, it actually makes sense for us to build these capabilities in a way that customers don't have to worry about, okay, now I'm actually in the AWS data center versus I'm running Outpost on premises. It is all one. They just use the same set of CLI, command line, APIs, and all of that. So in that sense, it's actually helps customers have that unification, so that consistency of experience helps their workforce and be more productive versus figuring out, okay, what do I do, which tool I use, where.
And you just nailed it. This is about supply chain sustainability, moving the workloads into a cloud environment. You mentioned wavelength. This conversation is going to continue. We haven't even talked about the edge yet. This is something that's going to be all about operating these workloads at scale and with the cloud services. So thanks for sharing that. And we'll pick up that edge piece later, but for reInvent right now, this is really the key conversation, how to make the sustained supply chain work in a complex environment, making it simpler. And so thanks for sharing your insights here on theCUBE.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, this is theCUBE's coverage of AWS reInvent 22. I'm John Furrier, your host. Thanks for watching.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Hello everyone, welcome back to theCUBE's coverage of AWS reInvent 2022. I'm John Furrier, host of theCUBE. We got a great conversation with Patrick Coughlin, Vice President of Go-to-Market Strategy and Specialization at Splunk. We're talking about the Open Cybersecurity Schema Framework, also known as the OCSF, a joint strategic collaboration between Splunk and AWS. It's got a lot of traction and momentum. Patrick, thanks for coming on theCUBE for reInvent coverage.
John, great to be here. I'm excited for this.
You know, I love this open source movement, and open source continues to add value, almost sets the standards. You know, we were talking at the CNCF Linux Foundation this past fall about how standards are coming out of open source, not so much the classic standards groups, but you start to see the developers voting with their code, groups deciding what to adopt, de facto standards, and security is a real key part of that, where data becomes key for resilience. And this has been the top conversation at reInvent and all around the industry, is how to make data a key part of building into cyber resilience. So I want to get your thoughts about the problem that you see that's emerging, that you guys are solving with this group kind of collaboration around the OCSF.
Yeah, well, look, John, I think you've already hit the high notes there. Data is proliferating across the enterprise. The attack surface area is rapidly expanding. The threat landscape is ever changing. You know, we just had a lot of scares around OpenSSL. Before that, we had vulnerabilities in Confluence and Atlassian, and you go back to Log4j and SolarWinds before that, and challenges with the supply chain. In this year in particular, we've had a huge acceleration in concerns and threat vectors around operational technology. In our customer base alone, we saw a huge uptick, you know, in double-digit percentage of customers that were concerned about the traditional vectors like ransomware, like business email compromise, phishing, but also from insider threat and others. So you've got this highly complex environment where data continues to proliferate and flow through new applications, new infrastructure, new services, driving different types of outcomes in the digitally transformed enterprise of today. And what happens there is our customers, particularly in security, are left with having to stitch all of this together. And they're trying to get visibility across multiple different services, infrastructure, applications, across a number of different point solutions that they've bought to help them protect, defend, detect, and respond better. And it's a massive challenge. And you know, when our customers come to us, they are often looking for ways to drive more consolidation across a variety of different solutions. They're looking to drive better outcomes in terms of speed to detection. How do I detect faster? How do I find the thing that went bang in the night faster? How do I then fix it quickly? And then how do I layer in some automation so hopefully I don't have to do it again? Now, the challenge there that really OCSF helps to solve is to do that effectively, to detect and to respond at the speed at which attackers are demanding today. We have to have normalization of data across this entire landscape of tools, infrastructure, services. We have to have integration to have visibility. And these tools have to work together. But the biggest barrier to that is often data is stored in different structures and in different formats across different solution providers, across different tools that our customers are using. And that lack of data normalization chokes the integration problem. And so, you know, several years ago, a number of very smart people, and this was a initiative started by Splunk and AWS, came together and said, look, we as an industry have to solve this for our customers. We have to start to shoulder this burden for our customers. We can't make our customers have to be systems integrators. That's not their job. Our job is to help make this easier for them. And so OCSF was born. And over the last couple of years, we've built out this collaboration to not just be AWS and Splunk, but over 50 different organizations, cloud service providers, solution providers in the cybersecurity space, have come together and said, let's decide on a single unified schema for how we're going to represent event data in this industry. I'm very proud to be here today to say that we've launched it, and I can't wait to see where we go next.
Yeah, I mean, this is really compelling. I mean, there's so much packed in that statement. I mean, data normalization, you mentioned chokes, the solution and the integration, as you call it. But really also, it's like data's not just stored in silos, it may not even be available, right? So if you don't have availability of data, that's an important point. Number two, you mentioned supply chain. There's physical supply chain that's coming up big time at reInvent this time, as well as in open source, the software supply chain. So you now have, the perimeter's been dead for multiple years. We've been talking about that for years, everybody knows that. But now combined with the supply chain problem, both physical and software, there's so much more to go on. And so, you know, the leaders in the industry, they're not sitting on their hands. They know this, but they're just overloaded. So how do leaders deal with this right now? Before we get into the OCSF, I want to just get your thoughts on what's the psychology of the business leader who's facing this landscape?
Yeah, well, I mean, unfortunately, too many leaders feel like they have to face these trade-offs between, you know, how and where they are really focusing cyber resilience investments in the business. And often there is a siloed approach across security, IT, developer operations, or engineering, rather than the ability to kind of drive visibility, integration, and connection of outcomes across those different functions. I mean, the truth is the telemetry that you get from an application for application performance monitoring or infrastructure monitoring is often incredibly valuable when there's a security incident. And vice versa, some of the security data that you may see in a security operations center can be incredibly valuable when trying to investigate a performance degradation in an application and understanding where that may come from. And so what we're seeing is this data layer is collapsing faster than the org charts are or the budget line items are in the enterprise. And so at Splunk here, you know, we believe security resilience is fundamentally a data problem. And one of the things that we do often is actually help connect the dots for our customers and bring our customers together across the silos they may have internally so that they can start to see a holistic picture of what resilience means for their enterprise and how they can drive faster detection outcomes and more automation coverage.
You know, we recently had an event called Super Cloud. We're going into the next gen kind of a cloud, how data and security are all kind of part of this next gen applications, not just SaaS. And we had a panel that was titled, the innovator's dilemma, kind of talk about, you know, some of the challenges. And one of the panelists said, it's not the innovator's dilemma, it's the integrator's dilemma. And you mentioned that earlier, and I think this is a key point. Right now, integration is so critical, not having the data and putting pieces together. Now open source is becoming a composability market. And I think having things snap together and work well, it's a platform system conversation, not a tool conversation. So I really want to get into where the OCSF kind of intersects with this area people are working on. It's not just solution architects or cloud native SREs, it's actually where DevSecOps is. So this intersection is critical. How does OCSF integrate into that integration of the data, making that available to make machine learning and automation smarter and more relevant?
Right. Well, look, I mean, I think that's a fantastic question because, you know, we use buzzwords like machine learning and AI all the time. And, you know, I know they're all over the place here at reInvent. And there's so much promise and hope out there around these technologies and these innovations. However, machine learning AI is only as effective as the data is clean and normalized. And we will not realize the promise of these technologies for outcomes in resilience unless we have better ways to normalize data upstream and better ways to integrate that data to the downstream tools where detection and response is happening. And so OCSF was really about the industry coming together and saying, this is no longer the job of our customers. We are going to create a unified schema that represents an event that we will all bite down on. Even some of us are competitors. That no longer matters, because at the point is, how do we take this burden off of our customers, and how do we make the industry safer together? And so 15 initial members came together along with AWS and Splunk to start to create that initial schema and standardize it. And if you've ever worked with a bunch of technical, grumpy security people, it's kind of hard to drive consensus around just about anything. But I'm really happy to see how quickly this organization has come together, has open sourced the schema, and just as you said, like, I think this unlocks the potential for real innovation that's going to be required to keep up with the bad guys, but right now is getting stymied and held back by the lack of normalization and the lack of integration.
I've always said Splunk eats data for breakfast, lunch, and dinner and turns it into insights. And I think you bring up the silo thing. What's interesting is the cross-company sharing. I think this hits point on. So I see this as a valuable opportunity for the industry. What's the traction on that? Because to succeed, it does take a village, it takes a community of security practitioners and architects and developers to kind of coalesce around this de facto movement. Has the uptake been good? Has the traction? Can you share your thoughts on how this is translating across companies?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I think cybersecurity has a long track record of standards development. There's been some fantastic standards recently, things like Sticks and Taxi for threat intelligence. There's been things like the MITRE attack framework coming out of MITRE, and the adoption and the traction that we've seen with attack in particular has been amazing to watch how that has kind of roared onto the scene in the last couple of years and has become table stakes for how you do security operations and incident response. And I think with OCSF, we're going to see something similar here, but we are in literally the first innings of this. So right now, we're architecting this into into every part of our sort of backend systems here at Splunk. I know our collaborators at AWS and elsewhere are doing it too. And so I think it starts with bringing this standard. Now the standard exists on in schema format, and there's Confluence and Jira tickets around it. How do we then sort of build this into the code of the collaborators that have been leading the way on this? And it's not going to happen overnight, but I think in the coming quarters you'll start to see this schema be the standard across the leaders in this space, companies like Splunk and AWS and others who are leading the way. And often that's what helps drive adoption of a standard, is if you can get the big dogs, so to speak, to embrace it. And there's no bigger one than AWS. And I think there's no more important one than Splunk in the cybersecurity space. And so as we adopt this, we hope others will follow. And like I said, we've got over 50 organizations contributing to it today. And so I think we're off to a running start.
It's interesting, choking innovation or having things kind of get slowed down has really been a problem. We've seen successes recently over the past few years, like Kubernetes has really unlocked and accelerated the cloud native worlds of runtime with containers to kind of have the consensus of the community say, hey, if we just do this, it gets better. I think this is really compelling with the OCSF, because if people can come together around this and get unified, as well as the other official standards, things can go highly accelerated. So I think it looks really good, and I think it's a great initiative, and I really appreciate your insight on that. On your relationship with Amazon, okay, it's not just a partnership, it's a strategic collaboration. Could you share that relationship dynamic, how to start, how's it going, what's strategic about it? Share to the audience kind of the relationship between Splunk and AWS on this important OCSF initiative.
Look, I mean, I think this year marks the 10th year anniversary that Splunk and AWS have been collaborating in a variety of different ways. I think our companies have a fantastic and long-standing relationship, and we've partnered on a number of really important projects together that bring value, obviously to our individual companies, but also to our shared customers. When I think about some of the most important customers at Splunk that I spend a significant amount of time with, I know how many of those are AWS customers as well, and I know how important AWS is to them. So I think it's a collaboration that is rooted in a respect for each other's technologies and innovation, but also in a recognition that our shared customers want to see us work better together over time. And it's not two companies that have kind of decided in a back room that they should work together. It's actually our customers that are pushing us. And I think we're both very customer-centric organizations, and I think that has helped us actually be better collaborators and better partners together because we're working backwards from our customers.
As security becomes a physical and software approach, we've seen the trend where even Steven Schmidt at Amazon Web Services is the CSO, he's not the CISO anymore. So I asked him why, he says, well, security is also physical stuff too. So the lens is now expanded. You mentioned supply chain, physical, digital. This is an important inflection point. Can you summarize in your mind why open cybersecurity schema framework is important? I know the unification, but beyond that, why is this so important? Why should people pay attention to this?
You know, if you'll let me be just a little abstract and meta for a second, I think what's really meaningful at the highest level about the OCSF initiative, and that goes beyond, I think, the tactical value it will provide to organizations and to customers in terms of making them safer over the coming years and decades. I think what's more important than that is really one of the first times that you've seen the industry come together and say, we got a problem we need to solve that, doesn't really have anything to do with our own economics. Our customers are hurting, and yeah, some of us may be competitors. We got different cloud service providers that are participating in this along with AWS. We got different cybersecurity solution providers participating in this along with Splunk. But folks have come together and say, we can actually solve this problem if we're able to kind of put aside our competitive differences in the markets and approach this from the perspective of what's best for information security as a whole. And I think that's what I'm most proud of, and what I hope we can do more of in other places in this industry, because I think that kind of collaboration from real market leaders can actually change markets. It can change the trend lines in terms of how we are keeping up with the bad guys, and I'd like to see a lot more of that. And
we're seeing a lot more new kind of things emerging in the cloud, this next generation architecture and outcomes are happening. I think it's interesting, we always talk about sustainability, supply chain sustainability, about making the earth a better place, but you're hitting on this meta point about businesses are under threat of going under. I mean, we want to keep businesses to be sustainable, not just the environment. So if a business goes out of business, which the threats here can be catastrophic for companies. I mean, there is a community responsibility to protect businesses so they can sustain and stay producing. This is a real key point.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think one of the things that we complain a lot of in cybersecurity about the lack of talent and the talent shortage in cybersecurity, and every year we kind of whack ourselves over the head about how hard it is to bring people into this industry, and it's true. But one of the things that I think we forget, John, is how important mission is to so many people in what they do for a living and how they work. And I think one of the things that cybersecurity is strongest in, information security in general, and has been for decades, is this sense of mission. And people work in this industry not because it's always the most lucrative, but because it really drives a sense of safety and security in the enterprises and the fabric of the economy that we use every day to go through our lives. And when I think about the Splunk customers and AWS customers, I think about the different products and tools that power my life. And we need to secure them. And sometimes that means coming to work every day at that company and doing your job. And sometimes that means working with others better, faster, and stronger to help drive that level of maturity and security that this industry needs.
It's a human opportunity, human problem and challenge. That's a whole nother segment, the role of the talent and the human with machines and with scale. Patrick, thanks so much for sharing the information and the insight on the open cybersecurity schema framework and what it means and why it's important. Thanks for sharing on theCUBE, really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, John.
Okay, this is AWS reInvent 2022 coverage here on theCUBE. I'm John Furrier, the host. Thanks for watching.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen data. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go again, yeah. Oh, here we go again.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent continues in a moment.
theCUBE is live with 3 different stages here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Absolutely overwhelming, but also thrilling.
If it wasn't for the people, if it wasn't for the individuals that we have on this show, none of this would be possible.
epic set for us. Fantastic crew here at theCUBE. We're so grateful to everyone on the team, and thank you for always tuning into theCUBE. Because of you, it's why we're here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas. Good afternoon and welcome back to beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada, where we're here live from the show floor all 4 days of AWS reInvent. I'm Savannah Peterson, joined with my co-host Dave Vellante. Dave, how you doing?
Good, beautiful and chilly Las Vegas. Can't wait to get back to New England where it's warm.
Balmy New England this time of year in December. Wow, Dave, that's a bold statement. I am super excited about the conversation that we're going to be having next. And you know, I'm not even going to tee it up. I just want to bring Dilip on. Dilip, thank you so much for being here. How you doing?
Dave, thank you so much.
Hey, Dilip.
It's a joy to have you. So you have been working at Amazon for about 20 years.
Almost.
Yes.
Almost. Feels like 20, 19 and a half.
Which is very exciting. You've had a lot of roles. I'm going to touch on some of them. But you just came over to AWS from the physical retail side. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so I've been at Amazon for 19 and a half years, done pricing, supply chain. I was Jeff Bezos' technical advisor for a couple of years. And
Casual name drop.
Casual name drop.
But a couple people here for that name
humble
before.
brag, hashtag. And then I, for the last several years, I was leading our physical retail initiatives. We just walk out, Amazon One, bringing convenience to physical spaces. And then in August, as those things were getting a lot of traction and we were selling to third parties, we felt that it would be better suited in AWS. But along with that, there was also another trend that's been brewing, which is companies have loved building on AWS, they love the infrastructure services, but increasingly they're also asking us to build applications that are higher up in the stack, solving key turnkey business problems. Just walk out Amazon One are examples of that, Amazon Connect, we just recently announced supply chain. So now there's a bevy of interesting services all coming together higher up in the stack for customers. So it's an exciting time.
It was interesting that you're able to transfer from that retail. I mean, normally, historically, if you're within an industry, retail, manufacturing, automotive, whatever, you were kind of locked into that,
a little bit.
right?
Yeah.
Because it had its own value chain. And I guess data has changed that, maybe, that you can traverse now?
Yeah, so if you think about the things that we did, even when we were in retail, the tenets was less about the industries and more about how can we bring convenience to physical spaces. The fact that you don't like to wait in a line is no more likely 5 years from now than it is today. So it's a very durable tenet, but it's equally applicable whether you're in a grocery store, a convenience store, a stadium, an airport. So it actually transcends and like supply chain, think of supply chain. Supply chain isn't targeted to any one particular industry, it has broad applicability. So these things are very horizontally applicable.
Anything that makes my life easier, I'm down.
We're all here for the easy button. We've been talking about it a bit this week. I'm in. In the retail store. I mean, I'm in San Francisco. I've had the experience of going through.
Yes.
Very interesting and seamless journey. Honestly, it's very exciting. So tell us a little bit more about the applications group at AWS.
So as I said, the applications group is a combination of several services. We have communication developer services, which is the ability to add simple email service or video and embed video voice chat using our Chime SDK. Higher up in the stack, we are taking care of things that IT administrators have to deal with, where you can provision an entire desktop with our workspaces or provide ephemeral access to it. And then as you go up even higher up in the stack, you have productivity applications like AWS Wicker, which we just did GA last week, in AWS Clean Rooms, which we announced as a service in preview. And then you have Connect, which is our cloud contact center, AWS supply chain, just walk out, Amazon One. It just feels like we're getting started.
Just a couple things going on.
So clean rooms,
yes.
Part of the governance play, part of data sharing. Can you explain, we were talking offline, but I remember back in the disk drive days, we were in a clean room, they'd show you the clean room, you couldn't go near it unless you had a hazmat suit on. So now you're applying that to data. Explain that concept.
Yeah, so the companies across financial services or healthcare or advertising, they all want to be able to combine and pool together data sets with their partners in order to get these collaborative insights. The problem is either the data is fragmented, it's siloed, or you have data governance issues that's preventing them from sharing. And the key requirement is that they want to be able to share this data without exposing any of the underlying data. Clean rooms have always emerged as a solution to that, but the problem with that is that they're hard to maintain, they're expensive, you have to write complex privacy queries, and if you make a mistake, you risk exposing the same data that you've been studiously trying to protect. Take advertising as an industry as an example. Advertisers care about, is my ad effective? But it turns out that if you're an advertiser, and let's say you're Nike or some other advertiser, and you place an ad on a website, well, you want to stop showing the ad to people who've already purchased the product. However, the people who have purchased the product, that purchasing data is not accessible to them easily. But if you could combine those insights, the publishers benefit, advertisers benefit, so AWS Clean Rooms is that service that allows you very easily to be able to collaborate with a group of folks and then be able to gain these collaborative insights.
And the consumers benefit. I mean, how many times you search it?
It happens
they know
all
it,
the time.
And I'm like, I just bought that, guys.
Yeah, no, exactly.
For weeks.
And I'm like, you don't need to serve me that, and we understand the marketing back end, it's just a waste of money. And energy and resources, I mean, we're talking about sustainability as well. I don't think supply chain has ever had a hotter moment than it's had the last 2.5 years. Tell me more about the announcement.
Yep, so super excited about this. As you know, as you said, supply chains have always been very critical and very core for companies. The pandemic exacerbated it. So our way of sort of thinking about supply chains is to say that companies have taken over the years many, dozens, millions and millions of dollars of investment in building their own supply chains. But the problem with supply chains is that the reason that they're not as functional as they could be is because of the lack of visibility. Because they've strung together very many disparate systems, that lack of visibility affects agility. And so our approach in it was to say that, well, if we could have folks use their existing supply chain, what can we do to improve the investment or the ROI of what they're getting by creating a layer on top of it that provides them that insights, connects all of these disparate data, and then provides them insights to say, well, here's where you overstock, here's where you understock. This is the carbon emission impact of being able to transfer something. So without requiring people to re-platform, what's the way that we can add value in it, and then also build upon Amazon's years of supply chain experience to be able to build these predictive analytics for customers.
So that's a good, I like that you started with the why.
Yes.
Right? Now, what is it? It's an abstraction layer and then you're connecting into different data points?
That's correct.
And injecting ML?
You can take in, if you think about supply chain, you can have warehouse management systems, order management systems, they could be in disparate things. We use ML to be able to bring all of this disparate data in and create our unified data lake. Once you have that unified data lake, you can then run an insights layer on top of it to be able to say so that as the data changes, supply chain is not a static thing. Data's constantly changing. As the data's changing, the data lake now reflects the most up-to-date information. You can have alerts and insights set up on it to say that what are the kinds of things that you're interested in. And then, more importantly, supply chain and agility is about communication. In order to be able to make certain things happen, you need to be able to communicate, you need to make sure that everyone's on the same page. And we allow for a lot of the communication and collaboration tools to be built within this platform so that you're not necessarily leaving to go and toggle from one place to the other to solve your problems.
And in the pie chart of how people spend their time, they're spending a lot less time communicating and being proactive.
That's correct.
And getting ahead of the curve, they're spending more time trying to figure out actually what's going on. And that's the problem that you're going to solve.
Well, and it ensures that the customer at the other end of that supply chain experience is going to have their expectations managed in terms of when their good might get there or whatever's going to happen.
Exactly.
I feel like that expectation management has been such a big part of it. Okay, I just have to ask because I'm very curious.
Yes.
What was it like advising Jeff?
Quite possibly the best job that I've ever had. He's a fascinating individual.
Did he pay you to say that?
Nope. But I would have done it for it's remarkable seeing how he thinks and his approach to problem solving. You could be really tactical and go very deep, you could be extremely strategic, and to be able to sort of move effortlessly between those two is a unique skill. I learned a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. So what made you want to evolve your career at Amazon after that? 'Cause I see on your LinkedIn you say it was the best job you ever had.
Yeah.
Was curiosity?
Yeah, so one of the things, so the role is designed for you to be able to transition to something new.
Oh, cool.
So after I finished that role, we were just getting into our foray with physical stores. And the idea between physical stores is that you and I as consumers, we all have a lot of choices for physical stores. You know, there's a lot of options, there's a lot of formats. And so the last thing we wanted to do is come up with another Me Too offering. So our approach was that what can we do to improve convenience in physical stores? That's what resulted in Just Walk Out and Amazon Go. That's what resulted in Amazon One, which is another fast, convenient, contactless way to pay using the power of your palm. And now what started in Amazon Retail is now expanded to several third parties in stadiums, convention centers, airports.
Airport, I just was in the Houston airport and got to do a humanless checkout.
Exactly.
And actually in Honolulu a couple weeks ago as well too. Yeah, so we're going to see more and more of this.
Yes.
So what, Amazon I think has over 1 million employees. I know a lot of those are warehouse employees, but what advice would you give to somebody who's somewhere inside of Amazon, maybe they're in AWS, maybe they're in Amazon, what advice would you give somebody inside that's maybe, hey, I've been at this job for 5, 6 years, 3, 4 years, whatever it is, I want to do something else. And there's so much opportunity inside Amazon, right? What would you advise them?
My single advice, which is actually transferable and I use it for myself, is choose something that makes you a little uncomfortable.
Get out of your comfort zone.
You got to do that. It's not the easiest thing to hear, but it's also the most satisfying, because almost every single time that I've done it for myself, it's resulted in, you don't really know what the answer is, you don't really know exactly where you're going to end up, but the process and the journey through it, if you experience a little bit of discomfort constantly, it makes you non-complacent, it makes you sort of not take the job sort of in a stride. You have to be on it to do it. So that's the advice that I would give anyone.
Yeah, that's good. So something that's maybe adjacent, and maybe not completely foreign to you, but also something that you got to go dig a little bit and learn.
You plotting a career change over here, Dave?
No, I know a lot of people in Amazon are like, hey, I'm trying to figure out what I want to do next. I mean, I love it here. I live by the LPs, and there's so much to choose from.
It is, when I joined in 2003, there were so many things that we're sort of doing today, none of those existed.
Right.
It's a fascinating company and the evolution. You could be in 20 different places, and the breadth of the kinds of things that the Amazon experience provides is timeless.
Well, and you look at a company like Amazon, and it's so amazing. You look at this ecosystem. I've been around
Even
a long.
the show floor.
I've been around a long time. The show floor says it all. But I've seen a lot of waves, and each subsequent wave. We always talk about how many companies were in the Fortune 1000 and aren't anymore, but the leaders survive and they thrive. And I'm just I think it's fascinating to try to better understand the culture that enables that. You look at a company like Microsoft that was irrelevant and then came back. Even IBM was on death's door for a while, and they come back, but Amazon just feels, at the moment you feel like, oh wow, nothing can stop this machine because everybody's trying to disrupt Amazon, and then only the paranoid survive, all that stuff. But it's not like past is not prologue, right? So that's why I asked these questions.
Yeah.
And you just said that a lot of the services today, that a lot of the ideas didn't even exist. I mean, walkout. Yeah. I mean, that's just amazing.
I think one of the things that Amazon does really well culturally is that they create the single-threaded leadership. They give people focus. If you have to get something done, you have to give people focus. You can't distract them with 7 different things and then say that, oh, by the way, your 8th job is to innovate. It just doesn't work that way. It's hard.
Yeah.
It can be.
And where would the energy come from that?
Exactly. And so giving people that single-threaded focus is super important.
Frank Slootman, the CEO of Snowflake, has a great quote. He wrote in his book, he said, if you got 14 priorities, you got none.
Yeah.
And he asks, he challenges people, if you had to give up everything and do only one thing for the next 365 days, what would that be? It's a really hard question to answer.
I feel like as we're around New Year's resolution times, I'm going to be thinking about
that.
Maybe we should. I know, maybe we can all share our one thing. So, Dilip, you've been with the applications team for 5 months.
Yeah.
What's coming up next?
Well, as I said, it feels like it's still day one for applications. If you think about the things, the news that we introduced and the several services that we introduced, It has applicability across a variety of horizontal industries. But then we're also feeling that there's considerable vertical applications that can be built for specific things, like it could be in advertising, it could be in financial services, it could be in manufacturing. The opportunities are endless. I think the notion of people wanting applications higher up in the stack and a little more turnkey solutions is also, it's not new for us, but it's also new and accretive to what AWS has traditionally been doing.
So again, this relates to what we were sort of talking about before, and maybe this came from Jassy, or maybe it came from Bezos, but you hear a lot, it's okay to be misunderstood, or if we were misunderstood for a long time. So when people hear up the stack, they think, when you think about apps, in the last 10 years, it was taking on-prem and bringing it into the cloud. Okay, you saw that with email, CRM, service management, data warehouse, et cetera. Amazon is thinking about this in a different way. It's like, you're looking at the world saying, okay, how can we improve whatever, workflows, people's lives, doing something that's not been done before. And that seems to be the kind of applications that you guys are thinking about building.
Yeah.
And that's unique. It's not just, okay, we're going to take something on-prem, put it in the cloud. Been there, done that. That S-curve is sort of flattening now. But there's a new S-curve, which is completely new workflows and innovations and processes that we really haven't thought about yet, or you're thinking about, I presume.
Yeah, having said that, I'd also like to sort of remind folks that when you consider the entire spend, the portion of workloads that are running in the cloud is a teeny tiny fraction. It's like less than 5%, it's like 4% or something like that. So it's there's still plenty of things that can sort of move to the cloud, but you're right that there is another trend of where in the stack and the types of applications that you can provide as well.
Yeah, new innovation that
exactly.
I haven't thought of yet, yeah.
So Dilip, we have a new tradition here on theCUBE at reInvent, where we're looking for your 30-minute Instagram reel, your hot take, biggest key theme, either for you, your team, or just general vibe from the show.
General vibe from the show. Well, 19 and a half years at Amazon. This is actually my first reInvent, believe it or not. This is as a AWS employee now, as reInvent with like launching services, so that's the first. I've been to reInvent before, but as an attendee rather than as a person who's a contributing member of the workforce, if you will.
Actually doing your job.
And so I'm just amazed at the energy and the breadth, and from the partners to the customers to the diversity of people who are coming here from everywhere. I had meetings from people from New Zealand, the UK, like customers are coming at us from like many, many different places, and it's fascinating for me to see. It's new for me as well, given some of my past experience, but it's been a blast.
People are pumped. I mean, you talk to people, they can't believe the booth traffic, not only that, the quality.
All of our guests have talked
about that. A lot of times
that.
like, yeah, we're going to throw half of these leads away, but they're saying, no, I'm having like really substantive conversations with business people. This is, I think, my 10th reInvent, and the first one was mostly developers. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And so now it's a lot more business people, a lot of developers too.
Yeah.
It's just
the community really makes it. Dilip, thank you so much for joining us today on theCUBE. You're fantastic. I could ask you a million questions. Be sure and tell Jeff that we said hi next time you guys are, next time you're hanging out. And thank all of you.
You want to go into space?
Yes, absolutely. I'm perhaps the most space obsessed on the show. And with that, we will continue our out of this world coverage shortly. From fabulous Las Vegas, where we are at AWS reInvent. It is day 4 with Dave Vellante. I'm Savannah Peterson, and you're watching theCUBE, the leader in high-tech coverage. theCUBE is live with 3 different stages here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Absolutely overwhelming, but also thrilling.
If it wasn't for the people, if it wasn't for the individuals that we have on this show, none of this would be possible.
Set for us, fantastic crew here at theCUBE. We're so grateful to everyone on the team, and thank you for always tuning into theCUBE. Because of you, it's why we're here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
theCUBE is live with 3 different stages here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Absolutely overwhelming, but also thrilling.
If it wasn't for the people, if it wasn't for the individuals that we have on this show, none of this would be possible.
Epic set for us, fantastic crew here at theCUBE. We're so grateful to everyone on the team, and thank you for always tuning into theCUBE. Because of you, it's why we're here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas. Good afternoon, cloud community, and welcome back to beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. We are here at AWS reInvent, day 4 of our wall-to-wall coverage. It is day 4 in the afternoon, and we are holding strong. I'm Savannah Peterson, joined by my fabulous co-host, Paul Gillen. Paul, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, Savannah.
You look great.
We're in the
You look
home
like-
stretch here.
Yeah, we are.
You still look fresh as a daisy. I don't know how you do it.
You're too kind. You're too kind. I'm vain enough to take that compliment. I'm very excited about the conversation that we're going to have up next. We get to get a little DevRel, and we got a little swagger on the stage. Welcome, Austin. How you doing?
Hey, great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. How's the show been for you so far?
Busy, exciting. Feels a lot like, it used to be, right?
Yeah, I know. A little reminiscent of the before times. Before we dig into the technical stuff, you're the most intriguingly dressed person we've had on the show this week.
I feel extremely underdressed.
Well, and we were talking about developer fancy.
Yes.
Talk to me a little bit about your approach to fashion. Wasn't expecting to lead with this, but I
no,
like this
that's
actually.
good one. My PR people are going to love it. My approach, here's the thing. I give free advice all the time about developer relations, about things that have worked and don't work, and community and all that stuff, and I love talking about that. Someone came up to me and said, where do you get your fashion tips from? What's the secret Discord server that I need to go on? I'm like, I will never tell.
Oh, okay.
This is an actual trade
Top
secret.
Wow,
Look, if someone else starts wearing the hat, then everyone's going to be like, there's so many white guys in tech. Look, I'm a white guy with a beard that works in technology.
I've never met one of those.
Exactly, there's none of them at all. So you have to do something to kind of stand out from the crowd a little bit.
I love it, and it's a talk trigger. We're talking about it now.
Talking about it now, yeah.
The production team loved it. It's fantastic.
Icebreaker, it's great.
So you're DevRel for Lightstep.
Yep.
In case the audience isn't familiar, tell us about Lightstep.
So Lightstep is a cloud-native observability platform built at planet scale, and it powers observability at some places you've heard of, like Spotify, GitHub, right? And we're designed to really help developers that are working in the cloud with Kubernetes, with these huge distributed systems, understand application performance and being able to find problems, fix problems. We're also part of the ServiceNow family, and as we all know, ServiceNow is on a mission to help the world of work better by powering digital transformation around IT and customer experiences for their many Global 2000 customers, and we love them very much.
It's a big love fest here. A lot of people have talked about the collaboration. So many companies working together. You mentioned unified observability. What is unified observability?
So if you think about a tradition, or if you've heard about this traditional idea of observability where you have three pillars, right? You have metrics, and you have logs, and you have traces, and all those three things are different data sources, they're picked up by different tools, they're analyzed by different people for different purposes, and what we believe, and what we're working to accomplish right now, is to take all that, and if you think of them as pillars, flip them on their side, and think of them as streams of data. And if we can take those streams and integrate them together and let you treat traces and metrics and logs not as these kind of inviolate experiences where you're kind of paging between things and going between tab A to tab B to tab C, and give you a standard way to query this, a standard way to display this, and letting you kind of find the most relevant data, then it really unlocks a lot of power for like developers and SREs to spend less time like managing tools, figuring out where to build their query or what dashboard to check, and more just being able to like kind of ask a question, get an answer. And when you have an incident or an outage, that's the most important thing, right? How quickly can you get those answers that you need so that you can restore system health? And
you don't want to be looking in multiple spots to figure out what's going on.
Absolutely. I mean, some people hear unified observability and they go to like tool consolidation, right? And that's something I hear from a lot of our users and a lot of people just at reInvent. I'll talk to SREs who are like, yeah, we've got like 6 or 7 different metrics products alone, just on services that they cover. And it is important to kind of consolidate that, but we're really taking it a step lower and we're looking at the data layer and trying to say, okay, if the data is all consistent and vendor neutral, then that gives you flexibility not only from a tool consolidation perspective, but also a consistency, reliability. You could have a single way to deploy your observability out, regardless of what cloud you're on, regardless if you're using Kubernetes or Fargate or whatever else, or even just bare metal or EC2 bare metal, right? There's been so much historically in this space. There's been a lot of silos, and we think that unified observability means that we kind of break down those silos, right? The way that we're doing that primarily is through a project called OpenTelemetry, which you might have heard of. You want to talk about that a minute?
Yeah, let's talk about it right now. Why don't you tell us about it? Keep going, you're great. You're on a roll.
I am, just vamping.
We'll just hang out over here.
It's day 4.
Yeah.
I can ask the questions and answer the questions.
You're great.
I do,
yeah.
OpenTelemetry.
Explain what OpenTelemetry is first.
OpenTelemetry is a CNCF project, Cloud Native Computing Foundation, and the goal is to make telemetry data, high quality telemetry data, a built-in feature of cloud native software, right? So right now, if you wanted to get logging data out, depending on your application stack, depending on your application runtime, depending on language, depending on your deployment environment even, you might have you have to make a lot of choices, right? About like, what am I going to use?
So many different choices, and the players are changing all the time.
Exactly, and a lot of times what people will do is they'll go and they'll say like, well, we have to use this commercial solution because they have a proprietary agent that can do a lot of this for us. And if you look at all those proprietary agents, what you find very quickly is it's very commodified, right? There's no real difference in what they're doing at a code level. And what's stopped the industry from really adopting a standard way to create this, logs and metrics and traces is simply just the fact that there was no standard. And so OpenTelemetry is that standard, right? We've got dozens of companies, many of them many of them here, right? Competitors all the same, working together to build this open standard and implementation of telemetry data for cloud native software and really any software, right? Like we support over 12 languages, we support Kubernetes, Amazon, AWS is a huge contributor actually, and we're doing some really exciting stuff with them on their Amazon distribution of OpenTelemetry. So it's been extremely interesting to see it over the past couple years go from hey, here's this new thing that we're doing over here to really is a generalized acceptance that this is the way of the future. This is what we should have been doing all along.
Yeah.
My opinion is there is a perception out there that observability is kind of a commodity now, that all of the players have the same set of tools, same set of 15 or 17 or whatever tools, and that there's very little distinction between in functionality. Would you agree with that?
I don't know if I would characterize it that way entirely. I do think that there's a lot of duplicated effort that happens, and part of the reason is because of this telemetry data problem, right? Because you have to wind up, there's this idea of table stakes monitoring that we talk about, right? Table stakes monitoring is the stuff that you're having to do every single day to kind of make sure your system is healthy, to be able to, when there's an alert gets triggered, to see why it got triggered and to go fix it, right? And because everyone has to kind of work on that table stake stuff and then build all these integrations, there's very little time for innovation on top of that, right? Because you're spending all your time just like working on keeping up with technology.
Right. Doing the boring stuff to make sure the wheels don't fall off,
right.
basically. Yeah.
What I think the real advantage of OpenTelemetry is that it really, from like a vendor perspective, like it unblocks us from having to kind of do all this repetitive commodified work. It lets us help move that out to the community level so that, instead of having to kind of build your Kubernetes integration, for example, you can just have like, hey, OpenTelemetry is integrated into Kubernetes and you just have this data now. And if you are a commercial product, or if you're even someone that's, interested in fixing scratching a particular itch, right, about observability. And it's like, I have this specific way that I'm doing Kubernetes and I need something to help me really analyze that data. Well, I've got the data now, I can just go create a project, I can create an analysis tool, and I think that's what you'll see over time as OpenTelemetry promulgates out into the ecosystem, is more people building interesting analysis features, people using things like machine learning to analyze this large amount of large and consistent amount of OpenTelemetry data. It's going to be a big shakeup, I think, but it has the potential to really unlock a lot of value for our customers.
Well, so you're a developer relations guy. What are developers asking for right now out of their observability platforms?
It's a great question. I think there's two things. The first is that they want it to just work. It's actually the biggest thing, right? There's so many kind of, and this goes back to the tool proliferation, right? People have too much data in too many different places, and getting that data out can still be really challenging. And so the biggest thing they want is just like, I want something that I want a lot of these questions I have to ask answered already, and OpenTelemetry is going towards it. Keep in mind, the project's only 3 years old, so we obviously have room to grow, but there are people running it in production and it works really well for them. But there's more that we can do. The second thing is, and this is what really is interesting to me, is it's less what they're asking for and more what they're not asking for. Because a lot of the stuff that you see people saying around, oh, we need this like very specific sort of lower level telemetry data, or we need this kind of universal thing. People really just want to be able to get questions answered, right? Yeah. They want tools that kind of have these workflows where you don't have to be an expert. Because a lot of times this tooling gets locked behind sort of, it is gate-kept almost in a organization where there are teams that's like, we're responsible for this, and we're going to set it up and manage it for you, and we won't let you do things outside of it because that would mess up, how...
Here's your sandbox. And
right, this is your sandbox you can play in. And a lot of times that's really useful and very tuned for the problems that you saw yesterday, but people are looking at like, what are the problems I'm going to get tomorrow, right? We're deploying more rapidly, we have more and more intentional change happening in the system. Like, it's not enough to have this reactive sort of approach where our SRE teams are kind of like, or this observability team is building a platform for us. Developers want to be able to get in and have these kind of guided workflows, really, that say like, hey, here's where you're starting at, let's get you to an answer, let's help you find the needle in the haystack, as it were, without you having to become a master of 6 different or 7 different tools.
Right, and it shouldn't be that complicated.
It shouldn't be. I mean, we've certainly, we've been working on this problem for many years now, starting with a lot of our team that started at Google and helped build Google's, planet scale monitoring systems. So we have a lot of experience in the field, and it's actually an interesting story that our founder, or now general manager, tells BHS, Ben Siegelman. And he told me this story once, and it's like, he had built this really cool thing called Dapper that was a tracing system at Google. And people weren't using it because they're like, this is really cool, but I don't know how to, but it's not relevant to me, right? And he's like, the one thing that we did to increase usage 20 times over was we just put a link. So we went to the place that people were already looking for that data, and we added a link that says, hey, go over here and look at this, right? And it's those simple connections, being able to kind of draw people from like point A to point B, take them from familiar workflows into unfamiliar ones. That's how we think about these problems, right? How is this becoming a daily part of someone's usage? How is this helping them solve problems faster and really improve their life?
Yeah, exactly. It comes down to quality of life.
Werner Vogels made the case this morning that computer architecture should be inherently event-driven. And that we are moving toward a world where the person matters less than what the software does, right? The software is triggering events. Does this complicate observability or simplify it?
I think that at the end of the day, it's about getting the, observability to me in a lot of ways is about modeling your system, right? It's about you as a developer being able to say, this is what I expect the system to do. And I don't think the actual application architecture really matters that much, right? Because it's about you are building a system, right? It can be event-driven, it can be simple request response, it can be whatever it is. You have to be able to say, this is what I expect to for these given inputs, this is the expected output. Now maybe there's a lot of stuff that happens in the middle that you don't really care about. And then I talk to people here and everyone's talking about serverless, right? Everyone, you can see there's obviously some amazing statistics about how many people are using Lambda. And it's very exciting. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you shouldn't have to care about as a developer, but you should care about those inputs and outputs. And you will need to have that kind of intermediate information and understand like what was the exact path that I took through this evented system? What was the actual resources that were being used? Because even if you trust that all this magic behind the scenes is just going to work forever, sometimes it's still really useful to have that sort of lower level abstraction to say like, well, this is what actually happened so that I can figure out like when I deployed a new change, did I make performance better or worse? Or being able to kind of segregate your data out and say like, doing A/B testing, right? Doing canary releases, doing all of these things that you hear about as best practices or well-architected applications. Observability is at the core of all that. You need observability to kind of ask any of those higher level interesting questions.
We are here at reInvent. Tell us a little bit more about the partnership with AWS.
So, I would have to actually probably refer you to someone at ServiceNow on that. I know that we are a partner, we collaborate with them on various things, but really at Lightstep, we're very focused on kind of the open source part of this. So we work with AWS through the OpenTelemetry project on things like the AWS distribution for OpenTelemetry, which is really, OpenTelemetry again is really designed to be like a neutral standard, but we know that there are going to be integrators and implementers that need to package up and bundle it in a certain way, right? To make it easy for their end users to consume it. So that's what Amazon has done with ADOT, which is the short name for it. So it's available in several different ways. You can use it as like an SDK and drop it into your application. There's Lambda layers. If you want to get Lambda observability, you just add this extension in and then suddenly you're getting OpenTelemetry data on the other side. So it's really cool. It's been really exciting to kind of work with people on the AWS side over the past several years. And I've personally seen just a lot of change. And I was talking to a PM earlier this week. It's like, hey, 2 years ago I came and talked to you about OpenTelemetry, and here we are today, still talking about OpenTelemetry, and they're like, what changed is our customers have started coming to us asking for OpenTelemetry. And we see the same thing now.
Timing is right.
Timing is right, but we see the same thing, even talking to ServiceNow customers who are, these very big enterprises, banks, finance, healthcare, whatever, telcos. It used to be you'd have to go to them and say like, let me tell you about distributed tracing, let me tell you about OpenTelemetry, let me tell you about observability. Now they're coming in and saying, yeah, so we're standardized, if you think about Kubernetes and how a lot of enterprises have spent the past 5-6 years standardizing on Kubernetes as a way to deploy applications or manage containerized applications. They're doing the same journey now with OpenTelemetry, where they're saying, this is what we're betting on, and we want partners, we want people to help us go along that way.
I love it, and they work hand in hand, all CNCF projects as well that you're talking about.
Right, so we're integrated into Kubernetes, where you can find OpenTelemetry and things like Kepton, which is application standards, and over time it'll just like promulgate out from there, so it's really exciting time.
A bunch of CNCF projects in this area, right? Prometheus?
Prometheus? Yeah, so we interoperate with Prometheus as well, so if you have Prometheus metrics, then OpenTelemetry can read those. OpenTelemetry metrics are like a superset of Prometheus. We've been working with the Prometheus community for quite a while to make sure that there's really good compatibility because so many people use Prometheus,
Yeah. All right, so last question, new tradition for us here on theCUBE.
Shoot.
We're looking for your 30-second hot take, Instagram reel, biggest theme, biggest buzz for those not here on the show floor.
Oh gosh.
And it can be for you too, it can be whatever.
For me,
yeah.
I think the two things that are really striking to me is one, serverless. Like I thought people were talking about serverless a lot and they're talking about it more than ever. And two, I really think it is observability, right? Like we've gone from observability being kind of a niche
Not that you're
thing.
biased.
Yeah, huh?
Not that you're biased.
Not that I'm biased, no, it used to be a niche. I'd have to go, niche thing where I would go and explain what this is to people, and now, people are coming up, it's like, yeah, we're using OpenTelemetry, and it's very cool. It's I've been involved with OpenTelemetry since the jump, since it was started really, and it's been very exciting to see and gratifying to see like how much adoption we've gotten, even in a short amount of time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty, yeah, it's been a lot. That was great. Perfect soundbite for us.
Thanks, I love sound bites.
Yeah. Austin, we love your hat and your sound bites equally. Thank you so much for being on the show with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, anytime. Will we see you in Amsterdam? Speaking
Yes,
of the KubeCon?
yes.
Awesome, we'll be there.
And there's some real exciting OpenTelemetry stuff coming up for KubeCon, so.
Ooh, well, we'll have to get you back
Put
on
it on the
schedule.
schedule.
I love that for us. Thank you all for tuning in to our wall-to-wall coverage here, day 4 at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. With Paul Gillen, I'm Savannah Peterson, and you're watching theCUBE, the leader in high-tech coverage.
Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech.
Yeah.
Consumers love the benefit of tech.
Yeah.
You know, no consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
You know, filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
Who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz? I mean,
More skin in the game.
today for us.
In charge of his destiny.
Great, you guys are exciting.
Robert Herjavec.
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
Is CUBE alumni.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next gen cloud, next gen. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
I remember when I had such a fantastic batting practice, I walked by a couple of sports writers in that era.
Hall of Famer Reggie Jackson.
It was like,
you were rocking it out there.
I kind of hope I didn't leave it out here.
Reggie Jackson.
When the game started, I got back in that moment. I got back in what was live, what was now.
Goodbye.
I went and did something with ESPN earlier this year with Stephen Curry. They said, Reggie, we want you to come up and watch his practice, his pregame. You know, it was very similar to your batting practice where people come out and watch, etc. And I watched the dribbling exhibition, I watched the going between the legs and the behind the back and the fancy passing, etc. And I watched the shots. And the guy asked me what I thought of the show. And I said, well, it's a cool show, but I'm going to see all that tonight. He does all that.
He brought it into the game.
Yeah, I said, so it's not a show, but that's his game.
Mr. October.
I think our world now, with the instant gratification of sending out a message or tweeting to someone or whatever, certainly in the moment, is about what our youth is and who we are today as a country, as a universe.
Congratulations, Reggie Jackson. You are CUBE alumni.
It feels so good.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
theCUBE is live with 3 different stages here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Absolutely overwhelming, but also thrilling.
If it wasn't for the people, if it wasn't for the individuals that we have on this show, none of this would be possible.
Epic set for us, fantastic crew here at theCUBE. We're so grateful to everyone on the team, and thank you for always tuning into theCUBE. Because of you, it's why we're here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment. Coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, it's theCUBE, covering AWS reInvent 22. Welcome to theCUBE's live coverage of the biggest, most comprehensive, and most vibrant event in cloud computing. Join theCUBE's John Furrier, Dave Vellante, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, Paul Gillen, and John Walls as we take a deep dive into silicon, networking, and storage solutions with really smart people. And it's all on theCUBE, your global leader in high-tech coverage. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
theCUBE is live with 3 different stages here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Absolutely overwhelming, but also thrilling.
If it wasn't for the people, if it wasn't for the individuals that we have on this show, none of this would be possible.
Epic set for us, fantastic crew here at theCUBE. We're so grateful to everyone on the team, and thank you for always tuning into theCUBE. Because of you, it's why we're here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas. Good afternoon, Cloud Nerds, and welcome back to beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. We are at AWS reInvent Day 4, afternoon of Day 4 here on theCUBE. I'm Savannah Peterson, joined by my fabulous co-host, Paul Gillen. Paul, you look sharp today. How you doing?
You're just as fabulous, Savannah. You always look sharp.
I appreciate that. They pay you enough to keep me buttered up over here. It's wonderful.
You're holding up well.
Yeah, thank you. I'm excited about our next conversation. Two fabulous gentlemen. Please welcome Sam and Monty. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And it was great of the PR team to send the most interesting man alive.
Yes, in person, yeah.
Yeah, in the flesh. Our favorite guest so far. So how's the show been for you guys?
It's been phenomenal.
Yeah,
Just spending a lot of time with customers and partners and AWS. Been great.
It is great. It's really about the community. It feels good to be back.
Eating good food, getting my steps in above goals. So
I feel like the balance is good. We walk enough of these convention centers that you can enjoy the libations and the delicious food that's in Las Vegas and still not go home feeling like a cow, which is awesome. It's a win-win.
To Sam's point, though, meeting with customers, meeting with other technology providers that we may be able to partner with, and most importantly, in my role especially, meeting with all of our AWS key stakeholders in the partnership. So
Everyone's
it's been great.
Here.
Yeah.
And it's just different having a conversation in person.
Yeah.
Even like us right now. So just in case folks aren't familiar, tell me about Talend.
Yeah. Well, Talend is a data integration company. We've been around for a while. We have tons of different ways to get data from point A to point B, lots of different sources, lots of different connectors, and it's all about creating accessibility to that data. And then on top of that, we also have a number of solutions around governance, data health, data quality, data observability, which I think is really taking off. And so that's kind of how we're changing the business here.
Casual change. Data and governance, I don't know if anyone's talking about that at all on the show floor, right?
It's been a big topic here. We've had a lot of conversations with the customers about that.
So governance, what new dynamics has the cloud introduced into data governance?
Yeah. Well, I think historically, customers have been able to have their data on-prem. They put it into things like data lakes, and now having the flexibility to be able to bring that data to the cloud is it opens up a lot of doors, but it also opens up a lot of risks. So, if you think about the chief data officer role, where you have, I want to be able to bring my data to the users, I want to be able to do that at scale, operationally, but at the same time you have a tension then between the governance and the rules that really restrict the way that you can do that, and you want to, the very, very strong tension between those two things.
It really is a delicate balance, and especially as people are trying to accelerate and streamline their cloud projects, a lot to consider. How do you all help them do that? Monty, let's go to you.
Yeah, we keep saying data. What is it really? It's ones and zeros.
Yeah.
In this day and age, everything we see, we touch, we do, we either use data or we create data. And then that...
we are data.
We
quite
literally are data.
Yeah.
And so then what you end up with is all these disparate data silos and different applications with different data, and how do you bring all that together? And that's where customers really struggle. And what we do is we bring it all together and we make it actionable for the customer. We make it very simple for them to take the data, use it for the outcomes that they're looking for in their business initiatives.
Well, so what does that, expand on that? What do you mean make it actionable? Do you tag it? Do you organize it in some way? What's different about your approach?
Well, it's a really flexible platform, right? And I think we're part of a broader ecosystem. So even internally, we are a data-driven company. Coming into the company in April, I was able to come in and get this real-time view of hey, here's where our teams are, right? And it's all in front of me in a Tableau dashboard that's populated from Talend integration, bringing data out of our different systems like Workday, or our where we're giving offers out to people, right? And so everything from managing headcount to where our AWS spend is, all of that stuff.
Now, we've heard a lot of talk about data, and in fact, at the keynote yesterday, there was focused mainly on data and getting data out of silos. How do you play with AWS in that role? Because AWS has other data integration partners.
For sure.
What's different about your relationship?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we've had a strong relationship with AWS for many years now. We've got more than 80 connectors into the different AWS services. Yeah, so we're not new to the AWS game. We align with the sales teams, we align with the partner teams, and then of course we align with all the different business units and verticals so that we can enact that co-sell motion together with AWS.
Yeah, and I think from a product standpoint, again, just being a hyper-flexible platform, being able to put, again, any sort of different type of source of data to any type of different destination, so things like Redshift, being able to bring data into those cloud data warehouses is really how we do that. And then I think we have, between bringing data from A to B, we're also able to do that along a number of different dimensions, whether that's just hey, we just need to do this once a day to batch, all the way down to event-driven things, streaming, and the like.
That customization must be really valuable for your customers as well. So one of the big themes of the show has been cost reduction.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, with the economic times we're potentially dipping our toes into, as well as just in general always wanting to increase margins. How do you help customers cut costs?
Well, it's cost cutting, but it's also speed to market. The faster you can get a product to market, the faster you can help your customers. And let's say healthcare life sciences, pharmaceutical companies, patient outcomes.
Great and timely example there.
Patient outcomes.
Yeah.
How do they get drugs to market quicker? Well, AstraZeneca leveraged our platform along with AWS, and they even said for every dollar that they spend on data initiatives, they get $40 back. That's $1 billion savings by getting a drug to market 1 month faster.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wins.
So how do you accelerate that process?
Well, by giving them the right data, taking all the massive data that I mentioned, siloed and everywhere, and making it so that the data scientists can take all of this data and make use of it, make sense of it, and move their drug production along much quicker.
Yeah, and I think there's other things too, like being very flexible in the way that it's deployed. Again, I think like you have this historical story of like it takes forever for data to get updated, to get put together.
I need it now and in context.
And I think where we're coming from is almost more of a developer focus, where like your jobs are able to be deployed in any way you want. If you want to containerize those, if you want to scale them, you need to schedule them that way. Like we've plugged into a lot of different ecosystems. So I think that's a differentiation as well.
Yeah.
I want to hang out on this one just for a second because it's such a great customer success story and so powerful. I mean, in VC land, if you can take a dollar and make two, they'll give you a 10x valuation. 40, that is so compelling. How do you think? Do you think other customers could expect that kind of savings? $1 billion is nothing to laugh at, especially when we're talking about developing a vaccine. Yeah, go for it, Sam.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the use case, right? Like I think what we're trying to do is being able to say, hey, we have. It's not just about cost cutting, but it's about tailoring the offerings. So we have other customers like major fast food vendors. They have mobile apps, and when you pull up that mobile app and you're going to do a delivery. They want to be able to have a customized offering, right? And it's not like mass market, 20% off. It's like they want to have a very tailored offer to that customer, or to that person that's pulling open that app. Yeah. And so, we're able to help them architect and bring that data together so that it's immediately available and reliable to be able to give those promotions.
We had AARP on the show yesterday. They're talking about 50 million subscribers and how they customize each one of their experiences. We all want it to be about us, and we don't want that generic ad. Yeah, go for it, Paul.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to break the rhythm here, but one area where you have differentiated, about 2 years ago you introduced something called the Trust Score.
Yeah.
Can you explain what that is and how that has resonated with your customers?
Ooh, yeah, let's talk about
this. So the thing about the Trust Score is, how many times have you gotten a set of data and you look at it and you say, where did you get this data? Something doesn't look right here. And with the Trust Score, what we're able to do is quantify and value the different attributes of the data, whether it's how much this is being used, we can profile the data, and we have a Trust Score that runs over time where you can actually then look at each of these data sets, you can look at aggregates of data sets to then say, if you're the data engineer, you can say, oh my, something has gone wrong with this particular data set. Go in, quickly pull up the data, you can see if some third-party integration has polluted your data source. I mean, this happens all the time. And I think, if you sort of compare this to the engineering world, you're always looking to solve those problems sooner, earlier in the chain. You don't want your consumer calling you saying, hey, I've got a problem with the data, or I've got a problem.
You don't want
with
them to know there was ever a problem.
Yeah. So
the
Trust Score helps those data engineers and those people that are taking care of the data address those problems sooner.
Yep.
And how challenging, how much data does somebody need to be able to get to the point where they can have a trust score? If you know what I'm trying to say, how do we train that?
It can be all the way from just a single data source that's getting updated, all the way to very large complex ones. That's where we've introduced this hierarchy of data sets. So it's not just hey, you've got 1 billion data sources here, and here are the trust scores. But it's you can actually architect this to say okay, well I have these data sets that belong to finance, right? Mm-hmm. And then finance will actually get here's the trust score for these data sets that they rely on.
What causes data sets to become untrustworthy?
Yeah, Yeah, well, I mean, it happens all the time.
A lot of different things, right?
And in my history, in the different companies that I've been at, on the product side, we have seen, different integrations that maybe somebody changes something. In upstream, some of those integrations can actually be quite brittle. And as a consumer of that data, it's not necessarily your fault, but that data ends up getting put into your production database. All of a sudden, your data engineering team is spending 2 days unwinding those transactions, fixing the data that's in there, and all the while, that bad data that's in your production system is causing a problem for somebody that is ultimately relying on that.
Is that usually a governance problem?
I think governance is probably a separate, set of constraints. I think this is really this is sort of the tension between wanting to get all of the data available to your consumers versus wanting to have the quality around it as well.
It's a tough balance, and I think that it's really interesting. Everybody wants great data, and you could be making decisions that affect people's wellness, quite frankly,
for sure.
Very dramatically if you're ill-informed. So that's very exciting.
No, to your point, we are all data.
Right.
So if the data's bad, we're not going to get the outcomes that we want, ultimately.
I know, and we certainly want the best outcomes for ourselves.
Yeah. And so we track that data health for its entire life cycle throughout the process.
That's cool, and that probably increases your confidence in the trust score as well, because you're looking at so much data all the time.
Exactly.
You got a smart thing going on over here. I like it. I like it a lot.
We believe in it, and so does AWS, because they are a strong partner of ours, and so do customers. I think we mentioned we've had some phenomenal customer conversations along with...
What a success story and case study. My God, I want to dust your shoulders off right now if I wasn't tethered in. That's super impressive. So what's next for y'all?
So I think we're going to continue down this path of data health and data governance. Again, I kind of talked about you're talking about data health being this differentiator on top of just moving the data around and being really good at that. I think you're also going to have different things around country level or state level governance. Literal laws that you need to comply with, right? And so
CCPA
being able to say, among a long list of
oodles,
right?
Yeah.
So I think we're going to be doing some interesting things there. We're continuing we are continuing to proliferate the sources of data that we connect to. We're always looking for the latest and greatest things to put the data into, and I think you're going to see some interesting things come out of that too.
And we continue to grow our relationship with AWS, our already strong relationship. So you can procure Talon products through the AWS Marketplace. We just announced Redshift serverless support for Talon.
All the rage.
Which sounds amazing, but because we've been doing this for so long with AWS, dirty little secret, that was easy for us to do. Because we're already doing all the stuff. So we made the announcement and everyone's like, congratulations. We're like, thanks.
Look at y'all, full of the humble brags. I love it.
So about, Talon has gone through some twists and turns over the last couple of years. Company went private, was purchased by Thoma Bravo about a year and a half ago. At that time, your CEO said that it was a chance to really refocus the company on some core strategic initiatives and move forward. Both of you joined, obviously, after that happened, but what did you see about sort of the new Talon that attracted you, made you want to come over here?
For sure. Yeah, I think when I got a chance to talk to the board and talk to Chris, our chair, we talked about there being the growth thesis behind it, right? So I think this is Thoma's been a great partner to Talon. I think we're able to do some things internally that would be, I think, fairly challenging for companies that are in the public markets right now. I think especially, just a lot of pressure on different prices and cost of capital and all of that.
Right now.
So,
that was a really casual way of stating that, but just a little pressure.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure. I also think, and who knows how long that's gonna last, right? But I think we've got a great board in place. They've been a very strong strategic partner for us, talking about all of the different ways that we can grow. And so it's been I think it's been a good partner for us to
Have you found one of the strengths of Thoma's strategy is synergy between the companies they've acquired? And
for sure.
They've acquired about 40 software companies. Are you seeing synergy? You talk to those other companies a lot?
Yeah, well, so I mean, I have an operating partner. I talk with him, on a weekly, sometimes daily basis. If we have questions or hey, what are you seeing in this space? We can get plugged into advisors very quickly. So, it's been I think it's been a very helpful thing where, otherwise, you're relying on your personal network or things like that. But
this is why Monty was saying it was easy for you guys to go serverless.
Yes, and we keep talking about trust, but in this case, Thoma Bravo really trusts our senior leadership team to make the right decisions that Sam and I are here making as we move forward. So it's a great relationship.
good team.
Sounds like it. All the love. I can feel the love even from you guys talking about it.
Lots
It's
of
genuine. You're not just getting paid to show this.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Are we getting paid for this? Or?
Yeah. I mean, some folks in the audience are probably going to want your autograph after this, but you never know. Although you get that a lot.
Pictures are available after
yeah. Selfies are $10.
Right.
That's how I get my booze busted. So last question for you. We have a challenge here on theCUBE at reInvent. We're looking for your 30-second hot take. Think of it as your thought leadership sizzle reel. Biggest takeaway, key themes from the show or looking forward into 2023.
Yeah.
Sam, you're ready to rock.
Yeah,
Go.
totally. I think you're going to continue to hear the tension between being able to bring the data to the masses versus the simplicity and being able to do that in a way that is compliant with all the different laws, but also, and then clean data. It's like a lot of different challenges that arise when you do this at scale. And so I think, if you look at the things that AWS is announcing, I think you look at the things that, any sort of vendor in the data space are announcing, you see them sort of coming around to that, to that set of ideas. And so I think we're in it gives me a lot of confidence in the direction that we're going, that, we're doing the right stuff, and we're meeting customers and prospects and partners, and everybody is we kind of get into this conversation, and I'll say, yeah, that's it. We want to get involved in that.
You can really feel the momentum. Yeah, it's true. It's great. What about you, Monty?
I mean, I don't need 30 seconds. I mentioned it.
Great.
Between Talent and AWS, we're aligned from the sales teams to the product teams, the partner teams, and the alliances. We're just moving forward and growing this relationship.
I love it. That was perfect. And on that note, Sam, Monty, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
I'm sure your careers are going to continue to be rad at Talent, and I can't wait to continue the conversation.
Yeah, it's a great team.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, look at you two. If you're any representation of the culture over there, they're doing something great. Thank all of you for tuning in to our I think now over 100 interviews at AWS reInvent in Sin City. We are hanging out here. Paul and I have got a couple more for you, so we hope to see you tuning in. With Paul Gillen, I'm Savannah Peterson. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in high-tech coverage.
so good, it feels so good, it feels so good. Oh my, gonna make my move. I'm all in, got nothing to lose. Start it up and let it roll. Here I go. Are you ready? Ready to go? Are you ready? Ready for more? Are you ready?
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go again, yeah. Oh, here we go again.
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent continues in a moment.
theCUBE is live with 3 different stages here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Absolutely overwhelming, but also thrilling.
If it wasn't for the people, if it wasn't for the individuals that we have on this show, none of this would be possible.
Epic set for us, fantastic crew here at theCUBE. We're so grateful to everyone on the team, and thank you for always tuning into theCUBE. Because of you, it's why we're here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas. Hello everyone, and welcome back to AWS reInvent here in wonderful Las Vegas, Nevada. We're theCUBE. I am Savannah Peterson, joined with my co-host Dave Vellante. Day 4, you look great. Your voice has come back somehow.
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know how. I took it off. Took last night off. You guys, I know, were out partying all night, but
I
you
don't
look
know what
great
you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, you were celebrating John's birthday. John Furrier's birthday today.
Yes, happy birthday, John.
He's on his way to England.
Yeah.
At his nephew's wedding. Awesome family, and so good luck, John. I hope you feel better. He's got a little cold.
I know, and good luck to the newlyweds. I love this.
Yeah.
I know we're both really excited for our next guest, so I'm going to bring her out. Lena Smart from MongoDB, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
How's the show going for you?
Good. It's been a long week. And I just have not much voice left, so.
We'll be gentle on you.
I'll give you what's left of it.
All right, we'll take that.
Okay.
You had a fireside chat at the show.
I did.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So we were talking about the rise of the developer data platform. In this massive theater. I thought it would be like an intimate, fireside chat. I keep believing them when they say to me, come and do these talks. It'll be intimate. And you turn up and there's a stage in the theater and it's like, oh my God. But it was really interesting. It was well attended. Got some really good questions at the end as well. Lots of follow-up, which was interesting. And it was really just about how we've brought together this developer platform that's got our integrated services. It's just what developers want. It gives them time to innovate and disrupt rather than worry about the minutiae of management.
Do the cool stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, so Lena, it's funny that she's saying that, well, wow, the lights came on and it was this big thing. When we were at Reinforce, Lena was on stage, and it was so funny, Lena, you were self-deprecating, like making jokes about the audience. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
And so, but it was really endearing to the audience, and so we were like,
terrifying.
You got huge props for that, I'll tell you.
Absolutely terrifying. Because they told me I wouldn't see anyone. Because we did the rehearsal the day before, and they were like, it's just going to be
Sometimes
lights.
it just looks like blackness out
Yeah,
there. Yeah,
it
yeah.
wasn't. They lied. I could see eyeballs. It was terrifying.
Would you rather know that going in though, or is it better to be, is ignorance bliss in that moment?
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, yeah.
Good call, Savannah, right?
Yeah.
Just go.
The older I get, the more I'm on the ignorance is bliss train. I don't need to know anything that's going to hurt my soul.
Exactly.
One of the things that you mentioned, and this has actually been a really frequent theme here on the show this week, is you said that this has been a transformative year for developers.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
So I think developers are starting to come to the fore, if you like. Before, and I'm not in any way being deprecating about developers, because I love them.
I think everyone here does.
I was married to one, I live with one now. It's like they follow me everywhere. They don't. But I think this is my opinion, obviously, but I think that we're seeing more and more the value that developers bring to the table. They're not just code geeks anymore. They're not just code monkeys, churning out lines and lines of code. Some of the most interesting discussions I've had this week have been with developers. And that's why I'm so pleased that our developer data platform is going to give these folks back time so that they can go and innovate and do super interesting things and do the next big thing. It was interesting, I was talking to Mary, our comms person earlier, and she had said that Dave, I guess my boss, was on your show yesterday.
Yeah, he was over here last night.
Yeah, and he was saying that like 2/3 of the companies that had been mentioned so far within the whole gamut of this conference use MongoDB. And so take that, extrapolate that of all the developers who are there. I know it's massive.
That's awesome.
I know, I heard that
Congrats on
stat. I was like, did I hear that right?
I know.
I just had that moment. Yeah.
I know, she just told me, I'm like, really? That's fantastic.
so
Because the first thing I
cool.
thought of was then, oh my God, how many developers are we reaching then? Because they're the ones.
Right.
I mean, it's kind of interesting. So my job is kind of. Yeah, my job has kind of grown from over the years being the security geek in the back room that nobody talks to avoiding me in the lift, to I've got a seat at the table now. We meet with the board, and I think that I can see that that's where the developer mindset is moving towards. It's like, give us the right tools and we'll change your world.
And let the human capital go back to doing the fun stuff and not just the maintenance stuff.
But then you say that, you can't have everything automated. I get that automation is also the buzzword of the week, and I get that, trust me. Someone has to write the code to do the automation.
Right.
So yeah, definitely give these people back time so that they can work on ML, AI, choose your buzzword. By giving people things like queryable encryption, for example, you're going to free up a whole bunch of headspace. They don't have to worry about their data being, harvested from memory or harvested while at rest or in motion. And it's like, okay, I don't have to worry about that now. Let me go do something fun.
How about the role of the developer as it relates to SecOps? Right, they're being asked to do a lot. You and I talked about this at Reinforce. You seem to have a pretty good handle on it. Like a lot of companies I think are struggling with it. I mean, the other thing you said to me is, you don't have a lack of talent at Mongo.
Right.
Because you're Mongo. But a lot of companies do. But a lot of the developers, we were just talking about this earlier with Capgemini, the developer metrics or the application development team's metrics might not be aligned with the CISO's metrics. What are you seeing there? How do you deal with it within Mongo? What do you advise your customers?
So in terms of internal, I work very closely with our development groups. I work with Tara Hernandez, who's our new VP of developer productivity. And she and her team are very much interested in making developers more productive. That's her job. And so we get together because sometimes security can definitely be seen as a blocker. Funnily enough, I actually had a Slack that I had to respond to 3 seconds before I come on here. And it was like, help, we need some help getting this application through procurement because blah, blah, blah. And it's weird they kind of change the shift in mindset, whereas before they might have gone to procurement or HR or someone to ask for this. Now they're coming to the CISO, because they know if I say yes, it'll go through.
Talk about social engineering.
Exactly. But turn it around though, if I say no, I don't like to say no. I prefer to be the CISO that says yes, but. And so that's what we've done. We've definitely got that culture of ask, we'll tell you the risks, and then you can go away and be innovative and do what you need to do. And we basically do the same with our customers. Here's what you can do. Our application is secure out the box. Here's how we can help you make it even more, streamlined or bespoke to what you need.
So mobile was a big inflection point, I don't know, it seems like forever ago.
2007.
2007, yeah, iPhone came out in 2007.
Do you remember your first iPhone?
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, it was pretty awesome actually.
I do
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, I was on the train to Boston, going up to see some friends at MIT on the consortium that I work with, and it was a wee one, remember? It was a wee tiny,
It was
but you
not
thought
that
it was massive.
Oh, it felt
big. And I remember I was sitting on the train to Boston, it was like the Acela, and there was these two women sitting beside me, and they were all like glam like you, and unlike me. And,
That's awesome.
yeah, and they and you could see them like nudging each other, and I'm just sitting like this, like
You're
please
chilling,
look
yeah.
at my phone, come on, just look at it and ask me about it. And eventually I like
You're baiting them.
nonchalantly laid it on the table, and I'm like. And they're like, is that an iPhone? I'm like, yeah, you want to see it?
I thought you'd never ask.
I know.
Yeah.
And then we like played with it, and I showed them all the cool stuff, and they're like, oh, we're going to buy iPhones. And so I should have probably worked for Apple. But anyway.
I was going to say, where was your referral kickback on that?
I know.
Especially
It was
in
a
those
little
early
like
days.
Tesla, right?
Yeah.
When we first saw Tesla, it was Ray Wang. Ray from
It really was a
Constellation.
moment, and
He's
going
like,
from the BlackBerry keyboard to
want to
that-
see my car? I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
Sure, what's the big deal? It's a
Yeah,
Tesla.
then you see it, and you're like,
ooh.
Yeah, that really was such a pivotal moment.
Anyway, so we lost the track. 2007.
Yeah, what were we talking about? 2007 mobile.
Mobile.
Right,
Big inflection point is where you got us here.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I got you,
Bring
Dave.
us back.
I got you. That's what
My
we do.
mind needs help right now, Dave. Okay, so
We're all getting through day 4.
I'm
We're gonna make it.
I'm socially engineering you to end this so I can go to bed and die quietly. That's what me and Mary we're counting down the minutes.
You're speaking to my heart right now. I love it. I'm with you, sis. I'm with you.
So I don't know where I was going with this, but okay, there's gotta be
2007.
another inflection point.
3
coming.
things happened.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Tell us what happened. But no. Okay. Tell us that. But then
AWS,
yeah,
cloud,
okay, 2006,
2006,
2007, right? Okay.
2007 iPhone, the world blew up. So you've already got this platform ready to take all this data.
Right.
You've got this little slab of gorgeousness called the iPhone, ready to give you all that data. And then MongoDB pops up. It's like woohoo! But what we could offer was, back then was awesome, but we knew that we would have to iterate and grow and grow and grow. So that was kind of the 3 things that came together in 2007.
Yeah, and then cloud came in big time, and now you've got this platform. So what's the next inflection point, do you think?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that.
Is it edge? Is it IoT? Is there another disruptor out there?
I think it's going to be artificial intelligence.
Is it AI? Yeah.
I don't know enough about it to talk about it to any level, so don't ask me any questions.
This is like one of those ignorance is bliss moments. It feels
Yeah.
right.
Well,
Yeah.
does it scare you from a security perspective?
Good
Or?
question, Dave.
Yeah. It scares me more from a humanity standpoint. Like-
More than social scared you? Because social
Yeah.
was so benign when it started.
Oh, it was.
You're like, oh, I
It
remember.
was like a yearbook.
I
It
was
wasn't a yeah.
I was on the Acela, and we were.
Shout out to Amtrak there.
I was with. We were starting basically a Wikibon. It was an open source kind of technology community, and we saw these, and we were like enamored of Facebook. And there were these 2 young kids on the train, and we were picking their brain. Do you like Facebook? I love Facebook. Right? Oh, Facebook's unbelievable. Now kids today, I hate Facebook.
Yeah.
Right. So, but social. At the beginning, it was kind of, like I say, benign, and now everybody's like...
We didn't know what we were getting into.
Right,
I know.
exactly.
Can you imagine if you could have seen into the future 20 years ago? Well, first of all, we'd have all bought Facebook and Apple stock.
Right.
And Tesla stock. But apart from that, But yeah, apart from that.
Okay, so what about quantum? Does that scare you at all?
I think the only thing that scares me about quantum is we have all this security in place today, and I'm not an expert in quantum, but we have all this security in place that's securing what we have today. And my worry is, in 10 years, is it still going to be secure? Because we're still going to be using that data in some way, shape, or form. And my question is to the quantum geniuses out there, what do we do in 10 years, like to retrofit stuff?
Like a Y2K moment?
Kinda, although I think Y2K is coming in 2038, isn't it, when the Linux date flips, I'll be off the grid, but then I'll be living in Scotland.
Somebody else's problem.
Somebody else's problem. I'll be with the sheep in Glasgow and Scotland.
Y2K was a boondoggle for tech.
What a
right?
farce.
I mean,
Yeah,
I worked in the power industry in Y2K. That was a nightmare.
Oh, I bet.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because we just assumed that the world was going to stop and there'd be no power. And we had nuclear power plants, and it's like, holy moly. Yeah.
More than moly.
I was going to say you did a good job holding that other word in.
I did,
Yes.
in case my mum hears this,
I
if
have a
I
nuclear
drop an
power
F-bomb.
plant. I grew up near Diablo Canyon in California.
Oh,
so
okay.
we were legitimately worried that exactly was going to happen, and what about the waste, and yeah, it was chaos.
Oh yeah.
We've covered a lot.
Well, what does
Last
worry
few
you?
minutes.
Like, is it
Yeah.
culture? Is it?
Why are you trying to freak her out?
No, because it's a CISO.
Go to my bed.
Trying to get inside the CISO's
Do you not think I have
head.
enough to worry
I know,
about?
she wants to
Just
get the
keep
hell out of
piling
here.
it on.
Well, if it's not
I
quantum,
love having
maybe
Lena
it's
on.
spiders or like.
I like spiders. Well, spiders are okay. I don't like bridges. That's my biggest fear. Bridges, seriously.
Interesting.
And I had to drive over the Tappan Zee Bridge, which is one of the
yeah.
longest, for 17 years. Every day, twice. The last time I drove over it, I was crying my heart out, happy as anything.
Stay
I've
out of Oakland.
Never driven over it since. Stay out of where?
Stay out of Oakland.
I'm staying out of anywhere that's got lots of water, because it'll have bridges.
Well, it's a good thing we're here in the desert.
Exactly.
Conveniently, we're here.
So what scares me? Bridges. There you go.
Yeah. Right.
I love it. What,
But, well, wait a minute. So if I'm bridging technology,
Oh
does that
God, that
scare
was
you?
naff.
Is that really bad?
That was really bad.
Wow. Wow.
There's
the
a lot of
puns.
seams in those
It's
bridges.
lit on the Cube Day 4. We are all struggling. I'm curious because I've seen your team is all over the place here on the show floor. Your booth has been packed the whole time.
Yes.
The fingerprint. Talk to me about your shirt.
So this was designed by my team in-house. It is the most wanted swag in the company because only my security people wear it.
Oh.
So we make it like, you could maybe have one if this turns out well.
I feel like we're on the right track.
Yeah.
It turns out well.
But
Meaning
yeah,
letting
I
you
just
go?
love it. It's just brilliant. I mean, it's the leaf, it's a fingerprint, it's just brilliant.
That's why I wanted to call it out.
Yeah. It's,
You see a lot of shirts, a lot of swag shirts.
Oh, yeah.
Some are really, unfortunately, sad or
They
not
are.
funny, or they're just trying too hard. And others, like with this one, I thought, I bet that's
it is. It's very cool. Yes, I
We
love
saw a
it.
good one yesterday.
Yeah?
We fixed shit, remember?
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty
yeah,
good.
yeah, yeah. That's I
a
like when they're
pretty
just
good one.
straightforward like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
But the only thing with this is when you stand in front of a green screen, you look as though you've got no tummy.
A portal through your body.
And so when we did our first...
That's a really good point, actually.
Yeah, it's like the black hole to nothingness. And I'm like, wow, well, that's my soul anyway.
I was just going to say,
But yeah.
I don't want to see my soul like that.
But
I don't want to know.
But we had to do like it was just when the pandemic first started, so we had to do like our big presentation live announcement from home. And so they shipped us all this camera equipment for home, and thank God my partner knows how that works, so he set it all up. And then he had me test with the green screen, and he's like, you have no tummy. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? He's like, come and see. It's like this, I don't know what it was, so I had to actually go upstairs and felt tip with a magic marker and make it black.
Wow.
So that was what I did for 2 hours on a Friday, yeah.
Couldn't think of another alternative, huh?
Well, no, because I'm myopic when it comes to marketing, and I knew I had to keep the T-shirt on, and I just did that.
Yeah.
In hindsight, yes, I could have worn
Maybe it would have
I
saved you some
fix
time.
shit T-shirt, but I don't think my boss would have been very happy. I secure shit.
There you go.
There
yeah.
you go.
Over to you,
I was
Savannah.
going to say,
Now we're all fired.
I got acquainted. I don't know if I can say this, but I'm going to say it because we're here right now. I got acquainted with theCUBE wearing a shirt that said "Unfuck Kubernetes" because it was a marketing campaign that I was running for one of my clients at KubeCon last year. Yeah, so
Oh, you have. I'll give you one of these if you get me one of those.
we can do a swap ski.
We need a few edits on this film.
Yeah, this is none.
We're
all
falling off
of this
the
is edited
Okay. On that note, I'm going to bring us to our challenge that we discussed before we got started on this really diverse discussion that we've had in the last 15 minutes. We've covered everything from felt tip markers to nuclear power
the
plants.
darkness of my soul.
To the darkness of all of our souls.
All of our souls, yes.
Which is perhaps a little too accurate, especially at this stage in the conference. You've obviously seen a lot, Lena, and you've been rocking it. I know John was in your suite up here at the Venetian. What's your 30-second hot take? most important story coming out of the show or for you all at Mongo this year?
Genuinely, it was when I learned that 2/3 of the customers that had been mentioned here are MongoDB customers. And that just exploded in my head. Because now I'm thinking of all the numbers and the metrics and how we can use that. And I just think it's amazing. So.
Yeah, congratulations on that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
And it
I
makes
thought it was
sense,
amazing when you
actually.
told me. It's so
Because
cool.
Mongo is so easy to use. We were talking about 10gen.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
10gen.
yeah.
People, but Mongo
We knew
was
you
there.
when. I feel like that's our, like,
It's
yeah.
true. And so,
Yeah.
but Mongo was just really easy to use, and people were like, it doesn't scale. It's like, turns out it actually does scale.
Turns out it scales pretty well.
Well, Lena, without question, this is my favorite conversation of the
thank
show
you.
so far. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Great
It's
to see
always
you.
a pleasure.
Thanks, Lena.
Thank you.
And thank you all tuning in live for tolerating wherever we take these
Whatever that was.
conversations. I bet you weren't ready for this one, folks. We're at AWS reInvent in Las Vegas, Nevada with Dave Vellante. I'm Savannah Peterson. You're watching theCUBE, the leader for high-tech coverage. theCUBE is live with 3 different stages here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Absolutely overwhelming, but also thrilling.
If it wasn't for the people, if it wasn't for the individuals that we have on this show, none of this would be possible.
Epic set for us, fantastic crew here at theCUBE. We're so grateful to everyone on the team, and thank you for always tuning into theCUBE. Because of you, it's why we're here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next-gen cloud, next-gen data. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thanks.
theCUBE is live with 3 different stages here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Absolutely overwhelming, but also thrilling.
If it wasn't for the people, if it wasn't for the individuals that we have on this show, none of this would be possible.
Epic set for us, fantastic crew here at theCUBE. We're so grateful to everyone on the team, and thank you for always tuning into theCUBE. Because of you, it's why we're here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas.
Good afternoon from the Venetian Expo Center, Hall, whatever you want to call it in Las Vegas. Lisa Martin here. It's day 4. I'm not sure what this place is called.
Wait, what?
Lisa Martin here with Dave Vellante. This is theCUBE. This is day 4 of a ton of coverage that we've been delivering to you, which you know because you've been watching since Monday night. Dave, we are almost at the end. We're almost at the show wrap. Excited to bring back, we've been talking about security, a lot about security. Excited to bring back an alumni to talk about that, but what's your final thoughts?
Well, so just in the context of security, we've had just 3 in a row talking about cyber, which is like the most important topic. And I love that we're having Palo Alto Networks on. Palo Alto Networks is the gold standard in security. You talk to CISOs, they want to work with them. And it's interesting because I've been following them for a little bit now, watched them move to the cloud. Had a couple of little stumbling points, but I said at the time, they're going to figure it out and come rocking back, and they have, and the company's just performing unbelievably well, despite all the macro headwinds that we love to talk about. So.
Right, and we're going to be unpacking all of that with one of our alumni, as I mentioned. Ankur Shah is with us, the SVP and GM of Palo Alto Networks. Ankur, welcome back to theCUBE. It's great to see you. It's been a while.
It's good to be here after a couple years.
Yeah, I think 3.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. It's a bit of a blur after COVID.
Everyone's saying that.
Yeah.
Are you surprised that there are still this many people on the show floor? Because I am.
Yeah, look, I am not. This is my 4th. Last year was probably 1/3 or 1/4 of this size.
Yeah.
But pre-COVID, this is what reInvent looked like, and it's energizing, it's exciting. It's just good to be doing the good old things. So many people and amazing technology and innovation. It's been incredible.
Let's talk about innovation. I know you guys, Palo Alto Networks, recently acquired cybersecurity. Talk to us a little bit about that. How is it going to complement Prisma? Give us all the scoop on that.
Yeah, for sure. Look, some of the recent cybersecurity attacks that we have seen are related to supply chain, the Colonial Pipeline, many supply chain, and the reason for that is the modern software supply chain, not the physical supply chain, the one that AWS announced, but this is the software supply chain. It's really incredibly complicated. Developers are building and shipping code faster than ever before. And the Cider acquisition, at the center, the heart of that was securing the entire supply chain. White House came up with a new initiative on supply chain security and SBOM, software bill of material, and we needed a technology, a company, and a set of people who can really deliver to that, and that's why we acquired that for supply chain security, otherwise known as CI/CD security.
CIDC security.
Yeah.
So how will that complement Prisma Cloud?
Yeah, so look, if you look at our history, Lisa, over the last 4 years, we have been wanting to, our mission has been to build a single code to cloud platform As you may know, there are over 3,000 security vendors in the industry, and we said enough is enough. We need a platform player who can really deliver a unified, cohesive platform solution for our customers because they're sick and tired of buying point product. So our mission has been to deliver that code-to-cloud platform. Supply chain security was a missing piece, and we acquired them. It fits really nicely into our portfolio of products and solutions that customers have, and they'll have a single pane of glass with this, yeah.
So there's a lot going on. You've got an adversary that is incredibly capable these days, and highly motivated and extremely sophisticated. You mentioned supply chain. It's caused a shift in CISO strategies. We talked about the pandemic, of course, we know work from home, that changed things. You've mentioned public policy.
Yeah.
And as well, you have the cloud. The cloud, relatively new. I mean, it's not that new, but still.
Yeah.
Now, but you've got the shared responsibility model. And not only do you have the shared responsibility model, you have the shared responsibility across clouds and on-prem. So yes, the cloud helps with security, but the CISO has to worry about all these other things. The app dev team is being asked to shift left, secure. And they're not security pros.
Yeah.
And kind of audit is like the last line of defense. So I love this event, I love the cloud, but customers need help in making their lives simpler.
Yeah.
And the cloud in and of itself, because shared responsibility doesn't do that.
Yeah.
That's where Palo Alto and firms like yours come in.
Absolutely. So look, Jim, this is a unwinnable situation for a lot of the CISOs simply because there are over 26 million developers, less than 3 million security professionals. If you just look at all the announcements that AWS made, I bet you there were probably over 2,000 features.
Yeah.
I mean, they're shipping faster than ever before. Developers are moving really, really fast, and just not enough security people to keep up with the velocity and the innovation. So you're right. While AWS will guarantee securing the infrastructure layer, but everything that is built on top of it, the new machine learning stuff, the new application, the new supply chain applications that are developed, that's the responsibility of the CISO. They stay up at night, they don't know what's going on because developers are bringing new services and new technology, and that's why we've always taken a platform approach where customers and the CISOs don't have to worry about it. What AWS new service they have, it's covered, it's secured. And that's why they adopt Prisma Cloud and Palo Alto Networks, because regardless of what developers bring, security is always there by their side. And so security teams need just a simple one-click solution. They don't have to worry about it. They can sleep at night, keep the bad actors away. And that's where Palo Alto Networks has been innovating in this area. AWS is one of our biggest partners, and we've integrated with a lot of their services. We launch about 3 integrations with their services, and we've been doing this historically for more and more.
Are you still having conversations with the security folks, or because security is a board level conversation, are your conversations going up the stack? Because this is a C-suite problem, this is a board level initiative.
Absolutely. Look, there was a time about 4 years ago, the best we could do is director of security. Now it's CISO, CEO level conversation, board level conversation, to your point, simply because if all your financial stuff is going to public cloud, all your healthcare data, all your supply chain data is going to public cloud, the board is asking a very simple question. What are you doing to secure that? And to be honest, the question is simple, the answer is not. Because all the stuff that we talked about, too many applications, lots and lots of different services, different threat vectors, and the bad actors, the bad guys are always a step ahead of the curve. And that's why this has become a board level conversation. They want to make sure that things are secure from the get-go, before the enterprises go too deep into public cloud adoption.
I mean, there was, shift topics a little bit, there was hope, or kind of early this year, that cyber was somewhat insulated from the sort of macro pressures. Nobody's safe, even the cloud is sort of facing those headwinds, people optimizing costs. But one thing when you talk to customers is, I always like to talk about that Optiv graph. We've all seen it, right? And it's just this eye test of tools. And it's a beautiful taxonomy, but there's just too many tools. So we're seeing a shift from point tools to platforms. You guys obviously a platform play. And that's a way, so what are you seeing in the field with customers trying to optimize their infrastructure costs with regard to consolidating to platforms? Yeah, look,
you rightly pointed out one thing, the cybersecurity industry in general and Palo Alto Networks, knock on wood, the stock's doing well. The macro headwinds hasn't impacted the security spend so far, right? Like time will tell, we'll see how things go. And one of the primary reason is that when the economy starts to slow down, the customers again want to invest in platforms. It's simple to deploy, simple to operationalize. They want a security partner of choice that knows that it's going to be by them through the entire journey from code to cloud. And so that's why platform, in especially times like these, are more important than they've ever been before. Customers are investing in, the product I lead at Palo Alto Networks is called Prisma Cloud. It's in the cloud network application protection platform, CNAPP space, where once again, customers are investing in platform from code to cloud and avoiding all the point products for sure, yeah.
Yeah, and you've seen it in Palo Alto's performance. I mean, not every cyber firm has,
I know, ouch, CrowdStrike, yeah. It was not
well,
good.
You saw that. I mean,
yeah.
The large customers were continuing to spend. It was the small and mid-sized businesses that were a little bit soft.
Yeah.
It's really mixed. I mean, you see Okta now, after they had some troubles announcing that, their visibility is a little bit better. So it's very hard to predict right now. And of course, if Thoma Brava is buying you, then your stock price has been up and steady. Right?
Look, I think the key is to have a diversified portfolio of products. 4 years ago, before our CEO Nikesh took over the reins of the company, we were a single product next-gen firewall company.
Right.
And over time, we have added XDR. We're the first one to introduce that. Recently launched XIM, to make sure we build a next-gen SIEM. Cloud security is a completely net new investment. Zero trust with Prisma Access as workers started working remotely, and they needed to make sure, and enterprises needed to make sure that they are accessing the applications securely. So we've added a lot of portfolio of products over time. So you have to remain incredibly diversified, stay strong, because there will be stuff like remote work that slowed down. But if you've got other portfolio of product like cloud security, well, those secular tailwinds continue to grow. I mean, look how fast AWS is growing, 35, 40%, like $80 billion run rate, crazy at that scale. So luckily, we've got the portfolio of products to ensure that regardless of where the customer journey is, macro headwinds are, we've got portfolio of solutions to help our customers.
Talk a little bit about the AWS partnership. You talked about the run rate, and I was reading a few days ago, you're right, it's an $82 billion ARR, massive run rate.
Crazy.
But what is Palo Alto Networks doing with AWS, and what's the value in it to help your customers on a secure digital transformation journey?
Well, absolutely. We have been doing business with AWS. We've been one of their security partners of choice for many years now. We have a presence in their marketplace where customers can, through one click, deploy the several Palo Alto Networks security solutions, so that's available. Like I said, we are launch partner to many new products and innovation that AWS comes up with. We're always the day one partner. Adam was talking about some of those announcements in his keynote. Security Data Lake was one of those, and there were like a bunch of others related to compute and others. So we've been a partner for a long time, and look, AWS is an incredibly customer-obsessed company. They've got their own security products, but if the customer says like, hey, I'd like to pick this from yours, but there's 3 other things from Palo Alto Networks or Prisma Cloud or whatever else there may be, they're open to it. And that's the great thing about AWS, where it doesn't have to be walled garden, open ecosystem. Let the customer pick the best.
And that's, I mean, there's examples where AWS is directly competitive with, I mean, my favorite example is Redshift and Snowflake. I mean, those are directly competitive products, but Snowflake has an unbelievably great relationship with AWS.
They do.
Cyber's, I think, different. I mean, you got guard duty and you got some other stuff there, but generally speaking, correct me if I'm wrong, the ecosystem has more room to play on AWS than it may on some other clouds.
100%. Yeah. Once again, Guard Duty, for example, so we've got a lot of customers who use Guard Duty and Prisma Cloud and other Palo Alto Networks products. And we also ingest the data from Guard Duty. So if customers want a single pane of glass, they can use the best of AWS in terms of Guard Duty threat detection, but leverage other technology suite from a platform provider like Palo Alto Networks. So look, world is a complicated place. Some like blue, some like red, whatever that may be. But we believe in giving customers that choice, just like AWS. Customers want that, not a problem.
And at least today, they're not like directly in your space.
Yeah.
And even if they were, you've got such a much mature stack.
Absolutely.
And frankly, Microsoft's different, right? I mean, you see, even the analysts were saying that some of CrowdStrike's troubles were because Microsoft's got the good enough, right? So
endpoint security, and for sure.
So,
do you have a favorite example of a customer where Palo Alto Networks has really helped them come in and enable that secure business transformation? Anything come to mind that you think really shines a light on Palo Alto Networks and what it's able to do?
Yeah, look, we have customers across, and I'm going to speak to public cloud in general, right? Like Palo Alto has over 60,000 customers, so we've been helping with that business transformation for years now. But because it's reInvent in AWS, the Prisma Cloud product has been helping customers across different industry verticals. Some of the largest credit card processing companies, they can process transactions because we are running security on top of the workloads. The biggest financial services, biggest healthcare customers, they're able to put the patient health records in public cloud because Palo Alto Networks is helping them get there. So we're helping accelerate that digital journey. We've been an enabler. Security is often perceived as the blocker, but we have always treated our role as enabler. How can we get developers and enterprises to move as fast as possible? And like my favorite thing is that, moving fast and going digital is not a monopoly of just the tech company. Every company is going to be a tech company.
Oh, absolutely.
Thanks to public cloud.
Yes.
And we want to help them get there.
Yeah.
So the other thing too, I'll just give you some data. I love data. I have ETR is our survey partner. And I'm looking at data, 395, they do a survey every quarter, 1,250 respondents on this survey. 395 were Palo Alto customers. Fortune 500, S&P 500, big global 2000 companies as well, some smaller companies. Single digit churn.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Very, very low replacement
Absolutely.
rates. And still high single digit new adoption.
Yeah.
Right, so you've got that tailwind going for you.
Yeah.
Right.
It's sticky because especially our main business firewall, once you deploy the firewall, we're inspecting all the network traffic. It's just so hard to rip and replace. Customers are getting value every second, every minute, because we are thwarting attacks from public cloud. And look, we provide solutions, not just product. We just don't leave the product and ask the customers to deploy it. We help them with deployment, consumption of the product, and we've been really fortunate with that kind of gross dollar and net retention rate for our customers.
Now before we wrap, I got to tease, theCUBE is going to be at Palo Alto Ignite.
Yeah.
In 2 weeks back here. I think we're at the MGM, right?
We're at the MGM, December 13th and 14th.
So give us show us a little leg, if you would. What can we expect?
Hey, look, a lot of exciting new things coming. Obviously, I can't talk about it right now. The PR ink is still not dry yet, but lots of new innovation across our three main businesses: network security, public cloud security, as well as XDR, XIM. So stay tuned. You'll see a lot of new exciting things coming up.
Looking forward to it.
We are looking forward to it. Last question, Ankur, for you. If you had a billboard to place in New York, Times Square, you're going to take over the Times Square NASDAQ. What does the billboard say about why organizations should be working with Palo Alto Networks to really embed security into their DNA?
Yeah. When Jim said Palo Alto Networks is the gold standard for security, I thought I was going to steal it. I think it's pretty good. Gold standard for security. But I'm going to go with our mission, cybersecurity partner of choice. We want to be known as that, and that's who we are.
Beautifully said.
Yeah.
Ankur, thank you so much for joining Dave and me on the program. We really appreciate your insights, your time. We look forward to seeing you in a couple weeks back here in Vegas.
Absolutely. Can't have enough of Vegas. Thank you, Lisa.
We really
Thank you,
can't
Jim.
have enough of Vegas.
I don't know about that.
By this time of the year, I think we can have had enough of Vegas. But we're going to be able to see you on theCUBE's coverage, which you can catch of Palo Alto Networks show Ignite, December, I believe, 13th and 14th on thecube.net. We want to thank Ankur Shah for joining us. For Dave Vellante, this is Lisa Martin. You're watching theCUBE, the leader in live enterprise and emerging tech coverage.
theCUBE is live with 3 different stages here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Absolutely overwhelming, but also thrilling.
If it wasn't for the people, if it wasn't for the individuals that we have on this show, none of this would be possible.
Epic set for us, fantastic crew here at theCUBE. We're so grateful to everyone on the team, and thank you for always tuning into theCUBE. Because of you, it's why we're here at AWS reInvent in fabulous Las Vegas.
It feels so good, it feels so good, it feels so good. Oh my, gonna make my move. I'm all in, got nothing to lose. Light it up and let it roll. Here I go. Are you ready? Ready to go? Are you ready? Ready for more? Are you ready?
CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's theCUBE live at AWS reInvent 22.
The show floor doors just opened, people pouring in, and you can certainly feel the excitement.
Here, I've heard it's the largest reInvent ever.
I call that next gen cloud, next gen data. It's happening right now.
It is hot, it's a hot show.
Knowing you and covering your company, that this is not just yesterday you came up with this idea that now everyone's talking about.
theCUBE, where we are the leader in high-tech coverage.
It's happening right now.
Wow, that was good.
Woo!
All right, there we go.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
Robert Herjavec.
People obviously know you from Shark Tank, but the Herjavec Group has been really laser focused on cybersecurity.
So I actually helped to bring a product called Checkpoint to Canada, firewalls, URL filtering, that kind of stuff.
But you're also an entrepreneur, right? And you know the business. You've been in software, you're in the tech business. And on Shark Tank, you get a lot of pitches as entertainment meets business.
On our show, we're a bubble. We don't do a lot of tech deals like we're talking because it's boring TV. Tech people love tech.
Yeah.
Consumers love the benefit of tech.
Yeah.
You know, no consumer opens up their iPhone and says, oh my gosh, I love the technology behind my iPhone.
What's it been like being on the Shark Tank?
You know, filming is fun and hanging out is fun, and it's fun to be a celebrity at first. Your head gets really big and you get really good tables at restaurants. And
who says tech isn't got a little pizzazz? I mean,
More skin in the game.
today for us.
In charge of his destiny,
great. You guys are excited.
Robert Herjavec.
No.
Dancing with Stars, of course.
Is CUBE alumni. CUBE coverage of AWS reInvent 22 continues in a moment.
Hi everybody, welcome back to reInvent 2022. We're wrapping up 4 days, well, 1 evening and 3 solid days, wall-to-wall of CUBE coverage. I'm Dave Vellante. John Furrier's birthday is today. He's on a plane to London to go see his nephew get married, his great sister Janet, awesome family, the Furriers, spanning the globe. And John, I know you wanted to be here. You were watching in Newark, or you were waiting to get in the plane, so all the best to you, happy birthday. 1 year, the Amazon PR people brought a cake out to celebrate John's birthday, because he's always here at AWS reInvent at his birthday. So I'm really pleased to have 2 really special guests, former CUBE host, CUBE alum, great Wikibon contributor, Stu Miniman, now with Red Hat. Stu, good to see you again.
Great to be here, Dave. Yeah, I was here for that cake. The Twitterverse was really helping to celebrate John's birthday today, and always great to be here with you, and then with this awesome event this week.
And friend of the CUBE, many time CUBE, often CUBE contributor, as here is a CUBE analyst this week, as his own consultancy, Sarbjeet Johal. Great to see you, thanks for coming on.
Good to see you, Dave. Great to see you, Stu. I'm always happy to participate in these discussions, and I enjoy the discussions every time.
So this is kind of cool, because usually the last day is a getaway day, and this is a getaway day, but this place is still packed. It's definitely lighter. You can at least walk and not get slammed. But Sarbjeet, I'm going to start with you. I wanted to have you as the tail end here, because you participated in the analyst sessions. You've been watching this event from the first moment. And now you've got 4 days of the Kool-Aid injection, but you're also talking to customers, developers, partners, the ecosystem. Where do you want to go? What's your big takeaways?
I think big takeaways that Amazon sort of innovation machine is chugging along. I was listening to some of your sessions when I was going to my room at night. So they're filling the holes in some areas, but in some areas they're moving forward. There's a lot to fix still. It doesn't seem like that. It seems like we are done with the cloud, or the innovation is done. Now we are building at the millisecond level, so where do you go next? There's a lot of room to grow on the storage side, on the network side, the improvements we need, and also making sure that the software, which is, which fits the hardware, like there's specialized software, specialized hardware for certain software, so there was a lot of talk around that, and I attended some of those sessions where I asked the questions around, like, we have a specialized database for each kind of workload, specialized processors for each kind of workload.
Yeah, the Graviton session you sat into.
And actually, the one interesting, before I forget that, observation was, I asked that, like, why there are so many databases, and I asked for the egress costs and all that stuff. Are you guys thinking about reducing that? You know, the answer was no. Egress cost is not a big sort of showstopper for many of their customers. But from all that sort of little discussion with the folks sitting who build these products over there, was that the plethora of choice is given to the customers to make them feel that there's no vendor lock-in. So if you are using some open source, software, it can be on the platform side or can be database side. You have database side, you have that option at AWS. So
this is interesting.
There's a lot there.
Because I always thought that AWS is the mother of all lock-ins, but it's got an ecosystem, and we're going to talk about
exactly.
that.
We'll talk about that.
Stu, what's working within AWS when you talk to customers, and where are the challenges?
Yeah, I got to comment on open source, Dave, of course, there, because, I mean, look, we criticized Amazon for years about their lack of contribution. They've gotten better. They're doing more in open source, but is Amazon the mother of all lock-ins? Many times, absolutely. There's certain people inside Amazon saying, many of us talk cloud native. They're like, well, let's do Amazon native, which means you're like full stack is things from Amazon and do things the way that we want to do things. And I talk to a lot of customers, they use more than one cloud, Dave, and therefore certain things, absolutely, I want to leverage the innovation that Amazon has brought. I do think we're past building all the main building blocks. In many ways, we are like in day 2. Yes, Amazon is fanatically customer focused and will always stay that way, but there wasn't anything that jumped out at me last year or this year that was like, wow, new category, whole new way of thinking about something. Werner Vogel's last year, Dave, said, we have over 200 services. And if we listed you, the customer, we'd have over 2,000. His session this week actually got some great buzz from my friends in the serverless ecosystem. They love some of the things tying together. We're using data, the next flywheel that we're going to see for the next 10 years. Amazon's at the center of the cloud ecosystem in the IT world. So, there's a lot of good things here. And to your point, Dave, the ecosystem, one of the things I always look at is, was there a booth that they're all going to be crying in their beer after Amazon made an announcement? There was not a tech vendor that I saw this week that was like, oh gosh, there was an announcement and all of a sudden our business is gone. Where I did hear some rumbling is Amazon might be the next GSI to really move forward, and we've seen all the GSIs pushing really deep into supporting the cloud, bringing workloads to the cloud, and there's a little bit of rumbling as to that balance between what Amazon will do and their go-to-market partners.
So a couple things. So I think we all agree that a lot of the announcements here today were taping seams, right? I call it. And as it relates to the mother of all lock-in, the reason why I say that, it's obviously very much a pejorative. Compare Oracle, a company you know really well, with Amazon's lock-in. Sure. Amazon's lock-in is about bringing this ecosystem together so that you actually have choice within the house. So you don't have to leave, there's a lot to eat at the table. Yeah. You look at Oracle's ecosystem, it's like,
Yeah.
Oracle is Oracle's ecosystem. So that is how I think they do lock in customers, by incenting them not to leave because there's so much choice.
Dave, I agree with you 1,000%. I mean, I'm here, I'm a good partner of AWS, and all of the partners here want to be successful with Amazon, and Amazon is open to that. It's not our way or get out, which Oracle tries. How much do you extract from the overall IT budget? Are you a YouTube where you give the people that help you create a large sum of the money? YouTube hasn't been all that profitable. Amazon, I think, is doing a good balance of the ecosystem makes money. We used to talk, Dave, about how much dollars does VMware make versus there. I think Amazon is a much bigger VMware 2.0.
We used to talk to ourselves all the time that VMware, for every $1 spent on VMware licenses, 15 or 12 or 20 were spent in the ecosystem. I would think the ratio is even higher here, Sarbjeet. And in Oracle, I would say it's, I don't know.
Yeah, actually,
1 to 0.5 maybe, I don't know, but go ahead.
I want to pick on your discussion about the ecosystem. The partner ecosystem is it's robust, strong, because it's wider. I was not saying that there's no lock-in with Amazon, right, AWS. there's lock-in. There's lock-in with everything. There's lock-in with open source as well. But the point is that the circle is so big, you don't feel like locked in, but they're playing smart as well. They're bringing in the software, the platforms from the open source. They're picking up those packages and saying, we'll bring it in and cater that to you through AWS, make it better, perform better, and also throw in their custom chips on top of that. Hey, this MySQL runs better here. So like, what do you do? Either Oracle, because it's Oracle's product, if you will, right? So I think they're firing on all cylinders, from their go-to-market strategy, from their engineering, and they're listening to customers like very closely, and that has sort of side effects as well. Listening to customers creates a sprawl of services. They have so many services, and I criticized them last year for calling everything a new service. I said, don't call it a new service. It's a feature of an existing service.
Sure, a lot of features.
A lot of features.
Is egress, are egress costs a real problem, or is it just the on-prem guys picking at the scab? I mean, what do you hear from customers?
So, I mean, Dave, I look at what Corey Quinn talks about all the time, and Amazon charges on that are more expensive than any other the cloud providers, and partly because Amazon is, probably not a word they'd use, they are dominant when it comes to the infrastructure space, and therefore they do want to make it a little bit harder to do that. They can get away with it because we've seen some of the cloud providers have special partnerships where you can actually, leave and you're not going to be charged. And Amazon, they've been a little bit more flexible, but absolutely, I've heard customers say that they wish they were a little bit.
Cloudflare was hammering them on this.
Yeah,
it was some good tongue-in-cheek stuff. What else you got? Lay it on us. Bring the analysis.
So developers, okay, this year I think the focus was on the ops side. It's shifting gradually. This was more focused on ops side. There was less talk of developers from the main stage, from all sort of quadrants, if you will, from all keynotes, right? So
even Werner this morning, he had a little bit for.
He was talking, but his job is to rally up the builders, right?
Yeah.
So he talks for the go build, right?
His AWS pipes, I thought was kind of cool.
Then I said,
making glue easier. I thought that was good. I know some folks will use that.
I couldn't attend the whole session, but I heard in between, right?
Yeah.
So it is really adopt or die. I am a Cloud Pro for last 10 years. And I think it's the best model for technology consumption, right? Because of economies of scale, but more importantly, because of division of labor, because of specialization, because you can't afford to hire the best security people, the best, ARM chip designers. You can't, there's one actually narrative I came up with, a bumper sticker. You guys talk about bumper sticker. I came up with that like last couple of weeks. Innovation favors scale. They have scale, they have innovation. So that's where the innovation is, and it's not there. Again, I usually say the market sets the price. You as a customer don't set the price. The vendor doesn't set the price, market sets the price. So if somebody's complaining about their margins or egress and all that, I think that's BS. I have a few more notes on the partners.
You concur with that?
Dave, just coming back to some of this commentary about, can Amazon actually enable something we used to call community clouds? Companies like Goldman and NASDAQ and the like, where industries will actually be able to share data and expand the usage, and Amazon's going to help drive that API economy forward some. So it's good to see those things because we all know, all of us are smarter than just any single company together. So again, some of that's open source, but some of that is, I think Amazon is, allowing innovation to thrive some.
I think the word you're looking for is super cloud there.
Well, yeah, Dave, if you want to go there with the super cloud, because
it is a metaphor for exactly what you described. NASDAQ, Goldman Sachs, and a number of other companies that are doing things. The Berkeley Sky Computing paper.
Yeah.
That's a form of super cloud. Dave Linthicum calls it meta cloud. I don't really care what you call it. But
I go back to the challenge we've been working at for decades is distributed architecture. If you talk about AI architectures, what lives in the cloud, what lives at the edge, where do we train things, where do we do inferences? Location should matter a lot less. Amazon, I didn't hear a lot about it this show, but when they came out with like local zones and, oh my gosh, all the things that Amazon is building to push out to the edge, and also enabling that technology and software, and the partner ecosystem helps expand that and pull it in. It's no longer, Dave, it was Hotel California. All of the data eventually is going to end up in the public cloud and lock it in. It's like, I don't think that's going to be the case. We know that there will be so much data out at the edge. Amazon absolutely is super important. Some of those examples we're giving, it's not necessarily multi-cloud, but there's collaboration happening, like in the healthcare world, universities and hospitals can all share what they're doing, regardless of where they live.
Well, Stephen Armstrong in the analyst session did say that we're going to talk about multi-cloud. We're not going to lead with it necessarily, but we are going to actually talk about it. And that's different, to your point, Stu, than in the fullness of time, all the data will be in the cloud. That's a new narrative, but go ahead.
Yeah, actually, Amazon is a leader in the cloud. So if they push the cloud, even if they don't say AWS or Amazon with it, they benefit from it, right? And the narrative is that way. The proof is there, right? So again, innovation favors scale. There are chips which are being made for high scale. There's software being tweaked for high scale. You as a Bank of America or Ford or Chrysler, as a typical enterprise, you cannot afford to do those things in-house. What cloud providers can. I'm not saying just AWS, Google Cloud is there, Azure guys are there, and a few others who are behind them, and you guys are there as well. So IBM, by the way, congratulations to your Red Hat, I know, but IBM won the award.
Global Partner of the Year.
I saw that.
We appreciate.
I saw that. I mean,
I was like,
it's our beat, right? Very good partner, and yeah, they have 34 billion reasons, but yeah.
People are dragging their feet. People usually do on the change, and they are in denial. They drag their feet and they cave in. IBM dragged their feet, they caved in. Dell dragged their feet, they cave in.
You mean by dragging feet as cloud deniers?
Yeah, cloud deniers, right? So server huggers, I call them. But they actually are sitting in the Amazon cloud marketplace. Everybody's buying stuff from there. The marketplace is the new model. Okay, Amazon created the marketplace for B2C. They are leading the marketplace of B2B as well on the technology side, and other people are copying it. So there are multiple marketplaces now. So now actually, it's like if you're in mobile app development, there are two main platforms, Android and Apple. You first write the application for Apple, right? Then for Android. Same here. Yeah. As a technology provider, as an ISV, you port your stuff to AWS first, then you go anywhere else. So they are leaders, they're winning.
I guess I got to go back.
The enterprise app store is what we've wanted for a long time. The question is Amazon alone the enterprise app store, or are they part of a larger portfolio? Because there's a lot of SaaS companies out there that play into what we need.
Well, you're talking about the future, but I just want to make a point about the past. You're talking about dragging their feet.
Go ahead.
Because theCUBE's been following this, and Stu, you remember this in 2013, IBM actually got in a big fight with Amazon over the CIA deal. And it all became public. Judge Wheeler eviscerated IBM, and IBM ended up buying SoftLayer, and then we know what happened there. And Joe Tucci thought the cloud was Mosey, right? So it's just amazing to see. We have booksellers, VMware called them booksellers, and now all of them are like talking about how great partnerships they are. It's amazing, like you said, SubGC and IBM with the GSI partnership of the year. But what you guys were just talking about was the future, and that's what I wanted to get to, is because Amazon's been leading the way. I was listening to Werner this morning, and it just reminded me of back in the days when we used to listen to IBM educate us, give us a master class on system design and decoupled systems and I/O and everything else. Now Amazon is the master educator, and it got me thinking. How long will that last? Will they go the way of the other incumbents? Will they be disrupted, or will they keep innovating? maybe it's going to take 10 or 20 years, I don't know.
Yeah,
What do you
so
think?
I mean, Dave, you did some research, I believe it was a year or so ago,
Yeah,
what will stop Amazon? And the one thing that worries me a little bit is the two pizza teams. When you have over 200 two pizza teams, the amount of things that each one of those groups needs to take care of was more than any human can take care of. People burn out, they run out of people. How many Amazonians only last 2 or 3 years and then leave because it is tough? I bumped into plenty of friends of mine that have been 6, 10 years at Amazon and love it, but it is a tough culture and they are driving. Werner's keynote, I thought did look to, from a product standpoint, you could say tape over some of the seams. Some of those solutions to bring beyond just a single product and bring them together and leverage data. So there are some signs that they might be able to get past some of those limitations, but I still worry structurally, culturally, there could be some challenges for Amazon to keep the momentum going, especially with the global economic impact that we are likely to see in the next year.
Bring us home.
I think for future side, like we could talk about the vendors all day, right? To serve the community out there, I think we should talk about what's the future of technology consumption from the consumer side. So from the supplier side, just a quick note, I think the only danger AWS has that Fed's going after them, too big, like it will break you up, and that can cause some disruption there. Other than that, I think they have some more steam to go for a few more years at least before we start thinking about like, this thing is falling apart or anything like that. So they have a lot more, they have momentum and it's continuing. So, okay, I
think Amazon retail, by the way, is going to get disrupted before AWS. Yeah. Go ahead, carry on.
From the buyer side, I think the future of the sort of technology consumption is based on the pay per use, and they actually are turning all their services to, they are becoming serverless behind the scenes, right? All analytics service, they had one service left, they did that this year. So every service is serverless, so that means you pay exactly for the amount you use the compute, the IOPS, the storage. So all these 3 layers, of course, network, we talked about the egress stuff, that's a problem there because of the network design mainly, because Google has a flatter design and they have lower cost. So they are actually squeezing they're designing their services in a way that you don't waste any resources as a buyer. So for example, very simple example, when earlier in the cloud, you will get a VM, right, in cloud, that's how we started. So, and you can use 20% of the VM, 80% is getting wasted. That's not happening now. That has been reduced to the most extent. So now your VM grows as you grow the usage, and if you go higher than the tier you picked, they will charge you, otherwise they will not charge you extra. So that's why there's still a lot of instances, like many different types, you have to pick one. I think the future is that those instances will go away. The instance will be formed for you on the fly. So that is the future.
Serverless. All right, give us bumper sticker. Stu and then Sarbjeet. I'll give you my quick one and then we'll wrap.
Yeah, so just, Dave, to play off of Sarbjeet and to wrap it up, you actually wrote about it on your preview post for here. Serverless, we're talking about how developers think about things, and Amazon in many ways is the new default server for the cloud. And containerization fits into the whole serverless paradigm. It's the space that I live in every day here, and I was happy to see the last few years, serverless and containers, there's a blurring of line, and Sarbjeet, we're still going to see VMs for a long time.
Yeah, we will see.
So
give us your bumper sticker.
My bumper sticker is innovation favors scale. That's my bumper sticker, and Amazon has that. But also, I want everybody else to, like the viewers, to take a look at the Google Cloud as well as IBM with others. Like maybe you have a better price to performance there for certain workloads. And by the way, one vendor cannot do it alone. We know that for sure. The market is so big. There's a lot of room for Red Hats of the world and Microsoft of the world to innovate. So keep an eye on them. We need the competition actually. And that's why competition will keep us to a place where market sets the price, one vendor doesn't. So the only danger is if AWS is a monopoly, then I will be worried.
I think ecosystems are the hallmark of a great cloud company, and Amazon's got the biggest and baddest ecosystem. And I think the other thing to watch for is industries building on top of the cloud. You mentioned Goldman Sachs, NASDAQ, Capital One, Warner Media, all these industries are building their own clouds, and that's where the real money is going to be made in the latter half of the 2020s. All right, we're a wrap. This is Dave Vellante. I want to, first of all, thanks to our great sponsors, AWS, for having us here. This is our 10th year at theCUBE, AMD, sponsoring as well the CUBE here. Accenture sponsored a third set upstairs on the 5th floor. All the ecosystem partners that came on theCUBE this week and supported our mission for free content. Our content is always free. We try to give more to the community and we take back. So go to thecube.net and you'll see all these videos. Go to SiliconANGLE.com for all the news, wikibon.com. I publish weekly a breaking analysis series. I want to thank our amazing crew here. You guys, we have probably 30, 35 people, unbelievable. Our awesome hosts,
last session.
John Walls, Paul Gillen, Lisa Martin, Savannah Peterson, John Furrier, who's on a plane. We appreciate Andrew and Leonard in our ear, and all of our crew from Palo Alto, Boston, and across the country. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. All right, we are a wrap. AWS reInvent 2022. We'll see you in 2 weeks. We'll see you 2 weeks at Palo Alto Ignite back here in Vegas. Thanks for watching theCUBE, the leader in enterprise and emerging tech coverage.